What is up, gamers? Hello. Welcome into the stream. How's everybody doing? Welcome in, Oshik. Let's see, Fipalone, welcome in. How's it going? Ham, how's it going? Yeah, for the love of life, we made it. Let's go. Check DMs. Yeah. During stream first, just know that, but my chat ain't working by himself. Yeah. Well, thanks for being the first person in. I appreciate it. It's 2240 where I live. Oh, okay, nice. Well, welcome in. So yeah, we're gonna be working on more stuff today. I've got the tanks pretty much good to go. It's still a couple things we need to work on. I have like a little list going of things that need to be done. Can't sleep sadly yesterday. Brother, appreciate every modicum of sleep. I wish I could get more sleep. Pretty nice. But today I want to take a look at doing like fish tank synergies. There's also some stuff we have to fix in here where like because I think if I buy a new tank, the tank will show up in the locked region. So it's not really supposed to happen. I mean, it should happen. I don't care about that, but what I need to do is like lock this upgrade from being purchasable unless I have the proper expansion research. So we're gonna have to figure that out. Because let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to figure out what to do about that. I need to like set up some new codes so that we can control, like there's like requirements for each level or whatever. We'll have to figure that out. I'm not 100% sure yet. So yeah. Also, like the decorations over here and stuff are editable still, which is not supposed to happen. So we gotta fix that. We also have to make it so that big fish actually can only be placed into the large tanks. Built a lab, just a bunch of different things. But the large tanks are working. I can go ahead and unlock it really quick. I'll give myself a tiny bit of research. So we can buy that, and then let's give myself some cash money. And boom. So this is the large tank. I guess I'll unlock the next room so it doesn't look weird. Yeah, we got the large window now compared to the other one. It's a bit bigger. Upgrades, decorations, all the same stuff. I still need to go through and like do all the backgrounds and stuff because you can see it uses the tiny one still for those ones. So we'll be doing that. Oh, man. But yeah, it's coming along. And I think we'll have like a panel over here that pops up or something, like a little button we can hit to show like fish synergies. We'll go over that mechanic. Let's see what we want to do there. I'm not 100% sure yet, but it's getting there. The NPC navigation stuff works pretty well when you unlock a new area. So let's get working on this problem with the upgrade, you know, requiring expansions. I don't know. I want to figure out like a way to do it in a good way, you know? So we'll probably do like have like an optional list for upgrades in the upgrade table for like required checkpoints or whatever. So we'll say like to get past level 3 you need this level of expansion or something. So we'll look into that. Could you add a secret black hole fish that weighs a ton? And so only when you have a big tank you can sell it. Or like put it on display. Maybe. I think from what I've heard from most people, they don't really want like fantastical fish. We do have some, like the catfish that's like a cat. I mean, maybe as like an ultra rare, like little Easter egg thing, I think I'd be okay with it. I don't want to go too crazy with stuff like that, but maybe. I can write it down. Black hole fish. Yeah, it'd be fun though. Maybe a fish that's just so heavy that it's impossible to ever put them on display. So it's basically only good for selling. But yeah. Okay, so how do we want to do this? Let's go into the upgrade table. And let's go to the upgrade, which is new tank. Because they need to also implement the same thing for the other one, the large tanks. So I'm going to have like required upgrades. And I think this is going to be a list. I'll say level requirements. So for each like level of the upgrade. So we can say for level 2 and beyond, it requires yeah, and I need to actually require a specific level of an upgrade. So we'll do this, and then I need at least level 1 of expansion. Okay. So that's to get level 2, and then to get level, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 and 6 will require expansion level 2. And then we can kind of use the same thing for the large tanks down there. So yeah, I'll have to figure it out. Crazy progress in our game. Let's go. Yeah, you can drop some screenshots if you want. Okay, so we got those guys. And then for the large tanks, be kind of the same thing. Where level 1 requires expansion 1, 2 is that. Okay, hopefully that'll work. So now we have to set up the code to do it, and that's the harder part. We'll go into the upgrade panel now. So I don't really want to do this in process, but I guess it's fine. Because I have to check if it's locked. So I shouldn't call upgrade levels equal to 0. I should say if global dot get upgrade level for our ID. Or is that what I'm doing here? Yeah. So less than or equal to 0. Then we do that. So this is looping through required upgrades. Okay. So that's not the one I want to loop through. We'll have that one first. Then we'll lock it. So now we're going to say for I and level requirements. Let's see. The level requirements is going to be our data. Which, yeah, we have it there. So we're going to get level requirements, and by default, it's going to be an empty dictionary. Now, for IN, level requirements. Okay. What was my last? I reloaded my microphone like 2 seconds ago, so we're good. I'm checking the dBs and OBS or what they should be at. They're like peaking at -6 or whatever, so I think we're good to go. Sent it over, epic. Let's go take a look. Whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, you got a different color scheme going on here now. Pretty big change. Yeah, I like the diagonal stuff. I think it gives like a lot of like, I don't know. It makes things more interesting back there. Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I like the like fog stuff you added too. That's nice. What is this layer here? There's like these like, it's like a grid. That might be a little bit too, in my opinion, like too visible. I'd probably lower the alpha transparency on all of these. Or like on a lot of these, not the foreground, but that's just personally what I'm thinking. But yeah, it's looking pretty good. Pretty cool. Yeah, it distracts a lot, I would say now. Yeah. I mean, you don't want it to be too distracting because then it can kind of take away from the foreground and you don't want that to happen. But yeah, I think if you just adjust the alpha transparency of things a bit, that would help a lot. So, but yeah, it's looking pretty good though. Like what you got going on. All right, so now what this is going to do is loop through the level. So we're going to say... so how do we want to do this? If level is less than I. Started a map too? Oh yeah, like a little like mini map system or just full map. Yeah, that's really cool. I've never done a map for like a side scroller thing like that before. I've done the one for Starground. Well, only a mini map though. What is level? I don't know what our level is. I don't think that's like a variable we have set, so... Okay, yeah, we do literally get our upgrade level. Oh, there it is. When we're getting upgrade level down here, which is at... Let's move that up. Okay. What is this? Tank upgrades. Oh, that's the tank ID. Right. All right, so if our upgrade level is less than that required level, then we're going to check it, right? So now we say if global.get upgrade level of... Oh, and that has to be... Okay, yeah, that's going to get the key, and then if our upgrade entry is going to be level requirements at index I. So now we want to get the upgrade level of upgrade entry 0 is greater than or equal to upgrade entry 1, then we're good. So we just have to check, I guess, if it's less than that upgrade entry, then we know we're locked. So I think that's how this should work. Let's go ahead and test this out. Like maps just for me to plan out rooms. Ah, okay, yeah. And for 12 hours or 12 minutes of gameplay for this area, and then planning more of a nature theme. Okay, nice. Very cool stuff. Yeah, it's looking good. Yes, that shows that it's locked now. Let's reset all of our upgrades and stuff because it's a little confusing. Yeah, I kind of need to just restart the game. Let's reset data. Close it. Open it again. I might have... I think it's not going to save that reset because I I force closed it instead of actually pressing the quit button. Let's see if it did. Yeah. Hold on. Reset data and then quit to desktop. It does autosave every 10 seconds, but if you press the quit button and like immediately saves. So all right, so we're at the very beginning, tutorial 6. I don't want to hear it, Grandpa. Money, boom. Research. All right, so if we buy, okay, so apparently nothing's working. Let's go figure out why. So we have the level, that, and that. So it should be working. Let's go back into our upgrades panel. And actually, it's only if... Okay, I'm doing this wrong. So I have to say if upgrade level is equal to I minus 1. Right, so if we're on the upgrade level right before that threshold, then it activates. Okay, so now, like, we can buy it, and then boom, it's locked. So I'm gonna make it show, like, requires level whatever of expansion. And then if we buy expansion, it should now become available again. Yes. So that's good. So then we can buy the next tank, and the next tank, and the next tank, and then it's locked again, and we have to get the next expansion. And then we buy it, boom, and we can buy the remaining 2 tanks. So yeah, that's working pretty well. Cool. And then the large tank should work the same then, since it's the same code. Crazy that I'm saying this, but might go to bed. Yeah, that's totally fine. You can go to bed. No worries at all. So yeah, do it up. Then let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. So if mouse hovered, I'm gonna need a new key. Now it's gonna requires level of upgrade. Yeah. And then we need the actual level, which is going to be I. So I. All right. I think we're good to go then. It was actually a lot easier for me to implement than I thought. I do need to make sure it's very obvious, though, what is actually required. So I might, like, add some extra text or something somewhere. We'll see what happens. We'll go look with alert in top 10 best games. Thank you. But Sorgram's way better, by the way. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Thanks for coming in. Okay, so I need to reset my game again. Can I just say li or set upgrade dot new tank 0, and then do set upgrade li dot upgrade dot expansion 0. All right, so we're at nothing. If I buy this, boom, that'll say requires level of upgrade 2. Cool. So back into the upgrade panel, I do actually need to format this properly. Otherwise we have name. Oh, I did it in the wrong. So we have to say level is equal to I. Name is equal to that. Now when I hover over it, requires level 2, upgrade, blah, blah, blah. Very cool. Also, I'm going to convert this into a string so that I can do, well, I guess I'll do this. I hate to do it, but it'll be better. Format with I. Alrighty, now I can do that. Okay. So here's the thing. Like it's very obvious on mouse, right? But when you're on controller, there's no way to know what this requires, right? And so we kind of have to make that more obvious. So let's see, Munglo, welcome in. How's it going? Also, I'll probably make it so when this button is locked, you can't actually hover over it, I think. So now what we're going to do is say, if locked, else. And we're going to make that button not selectable by mouse anymore. So what is it? Mouse filter? Let's go look at that. Mouse filter ignore. Otherwise, do mouse filter stop. Okay. So now, there's no more, you can just hover anywhere. I'm going to write that down as like a thing that I changed, because it is. I'll say it's a bug. Or you could hover over a locked button and upgrade panel, making it so the tool tip doesn't appear. Slowly making progress on your game or with Lured In or... Okay, requires research large tanks. Cool. Yeah, I wonder if there's like a way I could make it more obvious what this requires on controller. I mean, it's pretty obvious on PC where you're like, okay, you know, locked. The second you hover over it requires level 2 of upgrade new tank. Oh, we have to fix that. Right, because it doesn't, it's not going to use this. Required. Let's call it that. Okay. Then we'll say bar required is equal to global dot upgrades table dot get upgrade entry 0. Now it should show, yeah, it requires the level 2 upgrade of expansion. Okay. So it's pretty much working. I wonder how I could go about this on controller, right? Let's think. Also, this should show that it just is locked. Requires research large tanks. Yeah. So if I get that research, it should show then that it requires whatever certain expansion. Yeah, level 1 of upgrade expansion. So I buy that. Now those two become available. Just making sure everything works, you know. Also, that's the wrong level there. Oops. It shouldn't be that level. It should be upgrade entry 1. There we go. Requires level 2 of expansion. All right. Just want to make sure everything here is working properly. Yeah, the main project idea is to run playtests on Sundays going forward and just fix a bunch of network-related things since last time. Still to brute force my way through some stupid Godot bugs, though, yeah. I feel it. I've had a lot of, like, weird little quirks with networking stuff on the Starground. It's been absolutely horrible to work on, not gonna lie. Yeah, we'll get there. Kind of synergies we're thinking. Adding color tags to fish, making synergy for fish of the same color, the opposite. I think the idea is just going to be kind of like we go through and create our own custom like combos that you can do. So the idea is like it's something that you have to discover. I don't think I want all of them to just be immediately visible right off the bat because I think that's kind of boring. where it's just like, okay, just put these fish with these guys, I guess. Let's see. Oh, it isn't even network related. Oh yeah. Okay. Loading resource into an exported build. I presume, I mean, you might already know about this, I'm sure, but when you're in export mode, you can just go into resources and add the, like, other files that you want exported with your build. Is that, or are you using, like, are you trying to access, like, the resource folder on runtime or something like that? Yeah, interesting. Because, what was it? You're not able to... There's something like that I did before, and then I realized, like, oh, you can't do that. It's not accessing user. Yeah, it's something, I think, like, you're not able to directly access... You can use, like, the load functions. But I don't think you can, like, do file operations on resource. Could be something like that. I've had that issue before. So hey, Zafencer, welcome in. How's it going? Oh yeah, I forgot I was gonna accept the GitHub invite, by the way, when I was on my computer. Let me go do that. Invite. Accept invitation. Cool. Alrighty. Yeah, how's it going? How have you been doing? Okay, so let's see. Well, it's going rather well. Yeah, that's good. See how things move forward in the future. What's like the stuff you're working on now with it? It is remapping the resource and leaving a remap file behind in its place. The resource loader load has built-in support for it, but it does not work. Interesting. Yeah, it's odd. Yeah, if that is a real bug, then you should probably bring that up in the Discord server or something, or like make an issue on GitHub. I'm sure there's people that would be able to fix that. Ugh. Easier to check the commits. Okay. It's a bunch of things. Yeah, I'll read through those later. Just gonna roll my own resource system. Oh yeah. I wish you the best of luck on that. Yeah, I've only ever really used the built-in one. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm just trying to rack my brain right now and make this more obvious. Because yeah, like when you're on controller, you can't see that text there, right? So it's problematic. I might make it so it has like little text maybe in the panel that shows that same tooltip, right? Possibly. So that it's visible for everybody. Maybe just having like a little pop-up warning thing on the bottom, or don't want to do it on the top. I think I'll do it on the bottom. So what I could do is this. It means I'm gonna have to add a VBox panel though. And then all of my references in here are gonna be broken. Yay. Might have to change that around a little bit. So got an insane heat wave at your place? I mean, it's pretty hot today. I wouldn't necessarily call it a heat wave because it's every day is a heat wave. Today is 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Converted to Celsius, that's 32. But it's been way hotter. I mean, that's kind of not really that hot, which is kind of insane. It's gonna probably get way more hot during like July and August and stuff, because that's usually when it really starts getting warm. Yeah, typically, I think usually our hottest month is July. August can still get pretty hot though. It doesn't really start to cool down until like October. Because I've even had a lot of October days that are still boiling hot, so it's kind of insane. October is like a coin flip. It's like either it like drops to freezing and there's a massive snowstorm, or it's boiling hot. There's no in between. So but let's see. Buttermilk Pancake, welcome in. Yeah, what's going on? It's been a while since I've been here. Yeah. This game's been going for you. Last time I think you were working on a 3D game. Yeah, we're probably doing deadlift stuff. Yeah, it's going good though. We're working on Lured In today. It's like a little fishing incremental game I've been doing. I can show you what's been going on once things load up. All right. So right now what we're working on is like these shop expansions. So you can buy this like expansion upgrade, and then now you have a new section of your shop. So that's sort of the big thing I've been messing with recently in the past couple days. And I'm getting it set up so like now if you don't have that expansion lock, it kind of like explains that to you in the upgrade panel. But yeah, Lured In is a fishing game, so you travel to different regions here. You catch fish and then bring them back to your aquarium. You can drop them into the tanks. We're releasing next month, July 17th, so it's coming up. Yeah, once Lured In is out and stuff, I might do a couple little content updates or something. And then what we'll probably do after is immediately jump into deadlift and get that going. So, and probably also at the same time finish Starground. So we'll see what's going on. Also Equalizer on YouTube, welcome in. Equalizer. You got 38C. Oh yeah, that's pretty hot. It's like I'll check what that is in a minute. Rare fish. Let's freaking go. Yeah. And then you come back here. You drop these fish into your tanks. Now you're making passive income. They're chilling in here. Pretty cool. Thank you for the cheese time. Yo, what's up, K-Mac? Welcome in. I know I've been a little MIA that last little bit, but I love seeing progress. Yeah. Thank you. Don't worry about like not being here and stuff. It's fine. People have things to do, right? So welcome in. So 38C, that's like it's pretty hot. Yeah, it's like 100 degrees. Yeah, we had a day that was pretty close to that, I think, a couple weeks ago or something. It's probably going to get up to this for me also. It usually does, which sucks. But that's not a heat wave for me. That's just a normal day, which is unfortunate. But you know what, guys? We have air conditioning. I don't live in Europe where apparently there's no air conditioning. I would die if that was the case, so we'll be okay. I'm on a Godot hiatus while I get better at Blender. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, I will probably be doing a lot of Blender stuff soon with Deadlift. So, I mean, I have already, but even more, you know. I do want to make more 3D stuff for sure. I think like the next couple projects after Lured In will probably all be 3D. Just because I think it's a neat like medium that I think could be explored a lot more. Like 2D is cool, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with 2D, but it's definitely like I think what I've seen also is 3D games tend to be much easier to market as well, which is a big thing. And I get why. I think sometimes 2D games, it's harder to like there's a lot of amateur 2D games, and that's not a bad thing. It's just because 2D is easier. So I think some people get this idea of like 2D games equal bad, which is not true, but that's just sometimes I think what I see. But yeah, I just want to do more 3D stuff. I just want to be able to make 3D things. But anyways. Afraid I'll lose most of what I learned. Seeing 4.7 is now out, but I don't know. With the risk get good with asset creation, yeah. Afraid you'll lose most of what I learned. With like, you mean like just what you learned about Godot? Because honestly, these updates for Godot, like they're super nice, but I mean the fundamentals are still always going to be there. So I don't think you'd really lose anything that you've learned for sure. I'm a 3D kind of guy. Sure, it's harder to make, but I enjoy them, which makes development easier. Yeah, that's always the most important thing, right? If you enjoy doing something, then it's just gonna make it easier. It doesn't actually matter how hard the thing is itself, you know? It's all about just your motivation to do it, I think, so. Let's see, ready bar, button. It's equal to that. I'm just getting some like references to things set up. This is going to be a type of animated button. We've also got the icon that we need to reference. So, and that's going to be a type of texture rect. And then the final one is the text. The reason I'm doing this is so that I can put this all under a VBox. Rich, oops. Boom. Oh, I already had text label up there. Oopsies. Oh, but apparently it's unassigned. That's kind of fascinating. Let's just do that. Boom. Blender's the go-to 3D modeling software. It is. It is freaking awesome, guys. I don't know why anyone would use anything other than Blender in this day and age, to be honest. I mean, some programs have like special stuff. I know like there's like that one program that does like super insane physics simulations. It's called like Houdini, I think, or whatever. So like there are some that have special abilities, but Blender is like a jack of all trades. Like you can basically do anything in Blender. That's why like it's absolutely my my kind of program, because it's great. It's so versatile. You learn one program and now you've learned how to do all of the things, right? And that's always pretty awesome. Yeah, Blender's freaking sick. And it's so nice to see Blender like succeed so well, you know? Like you see people like making movies and stuff with Blender, like Backrooms movie, like Kane made all the stuff in Blender. So it's like a total industry tool now, you know? It's very cool. So learning Blender, it used to be this thing where it was like just a little hobbyist program. It's not anymore. Like it is still a fantastic option for people new to modeling, but now it's also extremely powerful and like you can get jobs from Blender, which is really cool. And I'm hoping Godot will kind of go down that same route, because the more that it's like used in industry, the more financial support those programs get and the better they become. So yeah, excited to see what happens. Let's see here. I wish we had air conditioning. I just have a fan. Oh man, yeah. See, this is the thing, like why everyone is like wondering why air conditioning is such a popular thing in the US. It's because like you'll die if you don't have it. Because if I'm sitting in my room and it's 110 degrees Fahrenheit, that's like what, 40 something Celsius. Then you'll die. You'll get heat stroke and die. It's too hot. So yeah, that's why we have air conditioning everywhere, because it's too hot. And this isn't just like an abnormal event. Like, this is a lot of days during summer for a lot of places in the US. And this isn't even like there's places that are way hotter where I live, right? Like if you're talking like Arizona temperature and stuff right now, it's 105 over there. I mean, look at the temps down there. That's like insane. And it's not even really the peak like heat month anyways. So it's just, I can't imagine how you would live in 112 degrees without air conditioning. If I just had a fan, I don't know. It'd be pretty abysmal. But anyways. Yeah, I ain't too worried about the new feature, just more muscle memory and some of the fundamentals. But about 2 months. Oh, you're just saying, yeah, because you've like been taking a hiatus. Yeah, right. Makes sense. For me, it's kind of like, not too bad usually. If I ever do like forget some things, I'm able to get back into it pretty quickly if I've ever taken like a little break and stuff. So it's not really that bad in my opinion. Let's see. Let's see. You just quit Roblox today and now you're learning Godot and pixel art. Very cool. I do think the nice thing about Godot and stuff in Blender like that is like, when you make games through something like Roblox, you are at complete mercy of whatever Roblox decides for you, right? And it's not to say that it's necessarily a bad thing to make stuff on Roblox, but it's always like a factor, which is that Roblox can just be like, hey, we're gonna make this change and there's nothing you can do about it, and now your entire everything is gone. You know what I mean? I just never like companies having that kind of like ultimate decision they can make for you. It just seems kind of like risky. But with Godot and Blender and stuff, anything you create is your intellectual property. I mean, it still probably is in a certain sense on Roblox, but like you can only put that stuff on Roblox, right? I can make a game in Godot and I can release it anywhere I want. I can put it up on itch, I can go to Epic Games or Steam or wherever. It doesn't matter. It's like my own program, you know? So that's the thing I always really appreciate about like standalone open source stuff is, and you don't even have to pay royalties with stuff like Blender and Godot. So I can make $1 million and I get to keep the $1 million. I don't have to give it back to Godot. If I made $1 million, I probably would actually donate to Godot just because it's an epic program, but I don't have $1 million yet. Internally is more consistent, faster UI than almost anything else. It seems with Godot. I agree with that, yeah. I think it's or also with Blender, honestly, too. If that's what you were talking about. I learned GameMaker, but Godot is a little better. I think Godot is infinitely more versatile. I used GameMaker for a long time, and I would constantly run into problems with it, where like it would just be so frustrating. Like I need to do like a certain thing, and it was just like, sorry, you can't do that in GameMaker right now. And so it's like, okay, I guess I just can't do this anymore. And it's not like there's no workarounds and stuff. It just sucks. My jaw dropped when I saw King Pixels used to make his videos. Yeah, this time you can't make out the difference in actual footage. Yeah, I did watch the movie. It's a pretty good movie, I think. It's very good. Yeah, it's really cool. You know, the fact that it's like all just a simulated environment. It's kind of epic when you think about it, because like it's such a good way to do stuff. If you don't have to worry about the real world and it's all just a digital environment, you can do anything that you want, right? So it's actually pretty awesome. One day I'd love to make some stuff like that in Blender. I think it would just be really fun. Maybe one day. I read that the kids movie called Next Gen was made completely in Blender. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, there's a bunch of stuff just made fully in Blender now. So, and if not fully in Blender, it's usually a pretty significant chunk of it is Blender. So it's cool. Thing is, in Europe, buildings have pretty thick walls. Insulation helps in the short term. Yeah. Yeah, the flip side is if it becomes hot inside, only an AC can help you survive the heat. Yeah. See, the thing is here is like, Yeah, it's I mean, we do get heat waves obviously, but like it's like a consistent heat during the summer. Like it's boiling hot every day. So you don't get like the insulation doesn't help. Like it does help to a certain extent, but it's a temporary band-aid solution. It's still going to heat up. I don't know. I mean, there are some states here, like up in like Washington, I think, in Alaska, people don't have very many ACs because it's not boiling hot every day. So, I mean, it makes sense. But almost everywhere else, it's like, I think nearly 100% of households have AC units. Yeah. Even though, like, even if I lived in a place like Washington, I think I'd still want an AC, just like, I might not have like a full house-wide AC, but like just a little portable AC or something for the couple days of the year that it does get pretty uncomfortably hot. But yeah. Some people think that AC is like really bad. I don't really think it's evil. I think the more evil things are the ways that we power our AC units, you know, like coal power plants. I don't think the problem is getting rid of AC units, you know? I think it's just a matter of like having a clean power grid, and then using an AC unit is not a big problem. So I live in the Appalachian Mountains, like the tippy top, and it's still 80s and 90s here. Yeah, average hot days 87 to 90. Yeah, that's pretty hot for being up in the mountains. Yeah, that's an interesting thing about the mountains I've noticed. Is like, just because you're high up doesn't always guarantee that it's going to be cold. I think what I noticed with that, like whenever I've gone camping and stuff up in the mountains, it's just the temperature swings. Like during the summer, it still gets super hot, but then it gets freezing cold during winter time and stuff. So it's interesting how that works. There's probably some science behind it that I don't know. You're talking about the Blender UI? Yeah. Oh, you don't like the Godot UI? I personally don't mind it. I actually do like the Godot UI compared to something like Unity because it's so much like more clear and straightforward to me. Unity is so much like clutter, but that's fair. I do also like the Blender UI. Sometimes it's a little dense with certain areas and panels, but if you learn all the keybinds and stuff, you can get pretty good at navigating through it. Also look at Blender movies with grease pencil. Yeah, grease pencil's really cool too. Welcome in, Woolbed. How's it going? I'd rather it be consistent than fluctuate. It goes from 90 the day to 50 at night. Yeah, that's exactly what I've got going on. Like it's gonna happen today. It is, yeah, 90 degrees right now, and it's gonna be a low of 58 tonight. So that's just what happens. I think it's probably because I'm in like the middle of the United States, and so I don't get like that equalizing power of like coastal winds, right? Because when you're on the coast, like the ocean is like an equalizer of temperature. You know, over in like California and stuff, it's like constantly like hanging around 70. It still gets hot, but it doesn't like have, the temperature swings are way smaller. So I personally don't mind the temperature. The only way I can survive is the temperature swing, because then at nighttime I can open up my windows and cool the house down. So, but yeah. I don't know. I wish I lived somewhere colder. One day I'll move to Washington, maybe. We'll see. We're not for the misconceptions of the general population. Nuclear energy would be such a good switch from coal. Honestly, yeah. It's funny when you look at the statistics. I've done like a bunch of like school papers and stuff on it. But nuclear power is so safe. Like, yeah, when it does go wrong, it can be pretty catastrophic. But when you actually look at like all of the things about nuclear, it's just better. It's just better than coal. Like, it's I think it's actually almost cheaper than coal. You need way fewer materials. Also, the reason why it's like more efficient because, well, first off, zero emissions. That's obviously a major upside. But like one nuclear power plant can be so much like smaller than a coal power plant. Because coal, you have to have a lot of logistics. You have to have like trains that can bring loads and loads of coal in constantly. You don't really need that with nuclear. And like, it's crazy when you look at the like, it's also just safer to work in a nuclear power plant. There's a lot of like health risks that come for workers in coal power plants. You can get lung problems from breathing. And what's funny is that the dust from coal is typically more radio. It's like one of the big challenges of converting coal power plants into nuclear power plants is the fact that coal is too radioactive, which I find kind of funny. Because nuclear power plants are actually like they control their radiation sources so well that their background radiation is lower than normal ambient radiation. So, because they need to like be able to detect issues and stuff like that. So, it's pretty I don't know. I wish we had more nuclear, but oh well. It is what it is. I mean, the thought behind the UI, Blender is built for speed. Yeah, two-handed use. Godot is not. Yeah. Just imagine if you could click and drag to change visibility flag in a scene or nodes of having stacked transform values. Yeah. No, definitely. I mean, it could be cool. I think, like, yeah, I don't know. Eventually, maybe. I mean, Godot has been receiving a lot more, like, interface changes and stuff with every update. So I feel like it is on the path toward becoming a lot more efficient for people. There is a lot of keybinds that you can set if you go into like your shortcuts and stuff, all of these things, right? There's a billion of them. So I imagine if you actually utilized all these keybinds, you could be pretty fast with it. You can easily make it safer for too many back and forth policy that stumps progress. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah. I mean, the push toward like wind and solar is great. You know, wind and solar are good sources of power, but I feel like nuclear is like forgotten about and left in the dust, which is unfortunate. Because it could be really useful, especially in places where wind or solar just doesn't really make sense, you know? Like somewhere down in like, let's say like Florida where like it's rains and it's cloudy all the time, and or like Louisiana, like those places are not great for solar. Like you can put solar there, but clouds, like you're gonna get a lot of the sun blocked, I imagine. So I feel like other sources of power would make more sense there. But I think it's also better than water power. Yeah, I mean, like water power is great, but I think there's a limit to how much water power you can get, right? You can't like generate more rivers. So it's kind of, I think water power is pretty expensive to set up. I don't think nuclear is as expensive. I might be wrong on that, though. I'd actually have to look at the statistics. Yeah, mini reactors would be really cool. I know that is like a thing that a lot of companies, I think, are looking into. Even like NASA, I believe, for like powering the moon base and stuff in 2028. So I hope that NASA brings us with them on the journey for small, efficient power. I mean, they always have in the past. That's a whole nother thing. I wish we would fund NASA more. I don't think people realize that NASA's kind of epic and important. Yeah, nuclear powered subs stay underwater for 6 months without surfacing, completely self-sufficient. Yeah, right. Pretty cool. With wind solar, you also have to store power. Exactly, right? That's the problem, is like there's infrastructure issues that come with those. Nuclear is just like constant, perfect energy. Wind and solar, you've got to really like be able to handle those swings and stuff. I know there is actually a new nuclear reactor under construction in Wyoming, which is cool. Yeah, near the site of a retiring coal facility. So I am excited for that. It's actually a very interesting type of nuclear reactor because it's a natrium reactor. So it uses, they use liquid sodium as sort of like a heat sink, which is great because the whole idea of this nuclear reactor is that it meshes with like clean energy, because Wyoming is super windy. I live right next to Wyoming, so believe me, I know. So it's great for wind power, but the problem is that it's really hard to like deal with the fluctuations with that. So this plant supposedly is supposed to be able to like kind of mesh well with the wind power. I believe it's a fast reactor. So I think they're able to like dynamically like change the power output better. Because they like essentially they can store that heat in the sodium. So when the wind starts ramping up, they like stop the turbines in the reactor. Then when the wind dies down again, they bring the turbines back up. So it's kind of designed to mesh with clean power, which is cool. So this will be great. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't blow up. I'm not worried though. It'll be fine. Even if you think about it, the most catastrophic nuclear event ever in the United States, 0 deaths, nothing happened. Like it's not that dangerous. There's probably been thousands and thousands and thousands of deaths from other power sources, and nuclear is a big 0. It's pretty safe, guys. NASA should have a blank check, in my opinion. I agree. It's wild. Like, why NASA barely even gets like 1% of the US budget or something? Why on earth would we cut its budget again? I don't get it, dude. I feel like I would pay more money to NASA, you know, for taxes. I think it's worth it. NASA should get like at least like 5%. That's like not that much money. I mean, it's still a lot of money, but you know, compared to, I mean, you look at like the spending on military. How much is our military spending? It is, oh my God. So it's 18% of our GDP? Is that, or no, that's not the right, hold on. Percentage. How much is it? It is, I guess it's dropped a lot recently, which is interesting. Or it probably fluctuates, yeah. 3%, which is... How much money is that? No, 15%. Okay, this is on the government website. Oh, they have like a spending profile. Okay, so... The Department of Defense is 15% of our budget. That's a lot of money. Oh well. See, why can't we just spend a little bit more on NASA, guys? It's not that... You don't have to put that much money into it. Whatever. It's disappointing. With big generators like water and nuclear, you have resistance in the grid for load fluctuations and phase irregularity. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot easier to manage those, I believe. Oops, got an ad. Snooze it. Space exploration is man's biggest expedition, possibly the only thing that saves humanity in the event of another catastrophic event. It really, yeah, it's like, to me, it's one of the most like important things I feel like that we could do as humanity. It's so disappointing that it's just viewed as this like extra waste of time, because it's really not. And there's so many technologies that NASA has invented, you know, for their space expeditions that now are just things that we use, right? So it's so disappointing. They're doing research not just for space, you know, it's for humanity. But it's disappointing. Just gonna set that to be text right now, just test. I wanna go see what this panel looks like. Yeah, it's because Chernobyl freaked everyone out, yeah. But that, like, wasn't even... Like, that was a corrupt government and stuff, you know? And, like, hiding the problems. Like, if they actually had a proper response to that incident, I think it would be a vastly smaller event, right? It's because they purposely hid it and didn't do anything because they didn't want to, like, inflate the problem. But by doing that, they inflated the problem. Which is kind of funny. Molten salt can be a bit tricky. You can't just turn it off and on. I mean, yeah, it's not like, I'm definitely simplifying. It's definitely sort of like, the sodium acts as like a heat sink. Like you're able to kind of charge up the heat in the sodium. You can't like fully, like you'll have to output the power at some point, obviously, or otherwise you get a nuclear meltdown. But, oh, this is not happy apparently. Oh, right, I like messed up all these now. R for gore. But it's still better than a traditional nuclear reactor design where you have zero control at all over like the output. Because the second you turn off the water for a nuclear reactor, like you're done. You can't really do that. Being scared of nuclear plants, like being scared of going on an airplane, it kind of is the same thing, even though airplanes are like the safest mode of transportation right now. Yeah. I mean, I get that. Airplane stuff is like just an irrational fear. I guess sort of nuclear also is an irrational fear if you think about it. The only reason they got enough to get to the moon was the Cold War. Yeah. Might pick up again if China becomes a serious competitor. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. That back to 10%, give the other 5% to NASA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it's insane we spend so much on military. Technically, the military can benefit from the NASA can offer. Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the technology the military uses is a lot of the times in partnership with NASA, especially like if you're talking like they're really like high-tech stuff, stealth bombers and stuff like that's all aviation. I mean, NASA is the Aviation Association or whatever, right? The National Association of Space and Aviation, right? They do not just, it's not just rocket ships, it's also planes and satellites and like technologies the military uses anyways. So I don't know, this is wild to me that it's such a tiny budget. I don't get it. Yeah, I'm obsessed with the science behind space exploration. It is very, very neat. I've always really loved just the space travel, you know, and just the concepts behind it and stuff. It's just very fascinating. I've always loved playing like Kerbal Space Program and stuff, and getting to actually like sort of do that stuff myself is always very fun. So, of course, it's like not the exact same thing, but as doing it for real. Oh, what is this? Disable for resource properties. Why does it always do this? Can I just... Oh, there we go. Weird. I'm gonna make this recursive. I want to change the content margins here because it's like too tall. I don't need this like pop-up panel to be so like thick. I just set it to 0, honestly. Just something kind of like that would be fine, I think. Okay. All right, so we can use that as like a little pop-up panel thing. So what I'm going to do here now is instead of just setting these in here as the text, I'm now going to have, right, like our tooltip text. And we're going to set all of these to that. So I will set global mouse tooltip text down here. But this will now be tooltip text. Alexa, fan on. Burn it up, guys. The fan is not pointed toward me. I am extremely disappointed. All right, I think that's all of the ones. So now we should see that little thing happen down there. And then what I need to do is whenever that text is empty, I should go ahead and make that little pop-up thing invisible. So, but boom, check it out. So none of these actually have any messages right now. But let's go ahead and now do this. So we're going to say that dot visible is equal to tooltip text dot is empty, is not empty. So let's go test it out. I don't know if this will look good, but I just kind of want to experiment with it and see what's up. Let's see here. I want to do set upgrade, I upgrade, expansion back to 0, and new tank back to 0. Now let's reload in. Okay, so we can see what it looks like now. Oh. Right. I forgot. Now, everything before was if mouse hovered. I need to change that code now. Because it shouldn't only be if mouse is hovered. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'll only set it down here if mouse is hovered. I don't know if we really need that one anymore, to be real, so we'll see. I feel like that little tooltip thing is good for some things, but for this, if people don't know how to unlock it, that's kind of like a major issue of information transfer, so it's kind of important, I think, to make it like super easy to read. I mean, I guess it's fine to also have the little like pop-up thing, but I also need to make it so it doesn't take mouse capture mouse input. Set it to ignore. There we go. So I think that's pretty nice right there now. It's much more clear what it requires, you know. I could make it so that part becomes unshaded. I don't know if I want to do that or not. I think there's a way in here under visibility where I can like make it so it doesn't listen to its parent or something. It's like I can make it top level, but that changes position stuff. I thought there's a way where I could not inherit modulation. Type variation. I don't know where that is, or if that is a thing. I thought it was. Let's look at control nodes. Theme. Or that would probably be not under here. It'd be under like a canvas item, right? Because there's modulate and then self-modulate. I thought there was one. I might be wrong then. I mean, I can set self-modulate, but that's, like, not great. Let me see if there's a way to do it. Godot, make node, not inherit, modulate. I know there's self-modulate, but I do want most of the children to do it. Yeah, I guess I could do a shader like this, so it just doesn't take in modulation. I was thinking of doing that. I'm like, well, that would work. We'll just do that. Oh, the only thing though is then this button, or that's a rich text label, so it should be okay. But it uses the UI shader for like displaying the little wiggle on the rich text label, so that wouldn't actually work. But I wonder if I could like, no, because that's only on the node itself. Never mind. Oh, I guess I'm just gonna have to... Or wait, I can just set the modulate of like this node. Okay, this will be fine. Whatever. We'll do it. So let's just go ahead and do... We need to set this one. Do I reset modulate? Okay, do anyway, so we're just gonna say get rid of that and calculate it down here or whatever. Lock color is equal to color.white. And then here we say lock color is dim gray. So now down here we say this guy dot modulate is equal to lock color and also the self modulate of the upper node of the panel. Let's see what this looks like. It's gonna work, guys. Maybe it'll work. So now in here, yes, that does keep that highlighted. I don't know how I feel about it being highlighted, though. What do you guys think about that? Should it be brighter than the rest of the panel, or just dark like everything else? I'm not sure. Yeah, I feel like the dark was kind of better, honestly. I don't think it's so dark that it's hard to read, you know? I think it's still pretty readable, in my opinion. So we'll just do this, and now it's back to normal. Oh yeah, it's gonna like double modulate, because I set the self-modulate. It's fine, just reload. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, well that'll show up in there now for all these different upgrades. So that should work. It is a little funny how that like doesn't line up with the horizontal spacing of that. I might maybe change this, so instead of being like a super wide guy, it's just kind of like centered on the left or something with an icon. Might give it like a little warning icon thing. Maybe. Then I could shrink begin, or I guess it has to be fill. Oh, let's turn the auto wrapping on that off. Like that. Or I guess this doesn't really need to get super wide. So we could do like that. Well, it's kind of better when it's wide, I guess. I'll just leave it how it was. It'll be fine. Alrighty. I think we're good to go with that now then. I'm gonna go add that into the change log. So, added a like warning inside of upgrade panels for when a research or other upgrade is required. Okay. So what are the other things on my list then? So we got that done. So we got like make it so upgrades can require certain upgrade levels. That's done. Have you fixed all the bugs I found? Did you post recently about like an issue that you found? Or that one time when, yeah, the one that you did earlier. I've probably fixed a lot of those since then. Oh, these ones right here, yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly how to fix this one or what's happening there. I think it's because of the vertical height of our V-box. I'll try and get that one fixed. That, I can also fix that. Yeah, I don't know why the blue bar disappears. That shouldn't happen. Yeah, that one's a setting already. So I just only want to cast again. I end up pressing on the release button. Okay. I could make it so you have to click and hold to release fish with that one instead of just an instant click. It's always like an easy way to make sure people don't misclick. Yeah, these are all pretty like straightforward. I think I can do all these, so I will get working on them. Yeah, so let's see if we can fix the main menu thing really quick again. I know why that happens. Because like the text gets taller and it expands that V box with like the left panel with the logo and stuff, and then it pushes the bottom panel down and it just causes spacing issues. So like if we're in Arabic, what I need to do is make this bottom panel like a separate thing. Because right now, the way it works in the main menu is we have a V box and an H box with the margin and all that stuff. So I need to just take this bottom H box and separate it out into a completely separate node like that. Because it's never going to clip anyways. Yeah, I think I saw there you wrote about that, so I'll try and correct that as well. Then now we got the V-box here. Yes, this should be better now. We don't need this H-box here anymore, but if I move that, I'm going to have to fix all my references in here. So, actually, I guess almost all of these are... That's the only thing I reference. They all have, like, their own standalone codes. Canvas layer, bottom label. Okay, well then let's just fix it. Move it into the V box and get rid of... Oops, no. Move the H box out. Delete the V box. Boom. So we should be good to go there now. Let's try it out. Oh, and for some reason the bottom panel... Hold on, this needs to be bottom wide. The spacing for that guy. Let's try that again. So you said right here, the fish language doesn't change its name if you change the language. It'll only change its name if you start the game after changing your language. Yep. Alright, so that issue has now been fixed with Arabic. It should look normal still on all these other languages. Yeah. So even if we have like a wide like this, and then we go to Arabic, you can see it just like goes down and it doesn't push this down anymore. So this will always stay visible here. It's never going to be able to be pushed down underneath. So that should be fixed forever now. I did get a bunch of errors in here. It's probably just, yeah, FD is null. Typical. So let's go add this in here. Where languages with all vertical spacing. Push the bottom panel in the main menu down beneath the screen. Okay. Yeah, the press escape to leave thing doesn't use the escape icon, so I'll probably change that. Press escape to exit. Because yeah, I think what I do now is like for this stuff, I show just an icon of the button. So probably makes more sense to do it that way. I'm pretty sure I have an escape image. Yeah, this guy. I don't know. I think I just have that as press input to exit. I do, thank God. So it's pretty easy for me to change then. Because I can just say input now is equal to, you know, an image instead. Image. And check this out. We can use that new spacing thing. I think it's like image is equal to EM or something like that. I have to go look up exactly what it is, but I think it's that. And then I just put that in. All right, so I should show that icon now. Oh, that must not be a rich text label. That's under global UI. Yeah, let's change that into a rich text label. Do all the stuff. Turn off spacing, fit content, no scroll. Also, I don't really want mouse to capture it. All right, let's try this again. I think I also have some text there that says escape. Let's get rid of that. Oh, right, it changes depending on controller. So here, let's do this. Normally it'll be equal to that. Otherwise it'll be equal to that, which will be a start. What do you call that? Menu? What is that button called on controller? Button. Let's just go through these. Guide. I think it's button options. Yeah, I don't think I reference start anywhere. Match case. Yeah, it's the only spot. I think it's the menu button. It has like the 3 horizontal bars. Yeah, I think it's this one, the options button. Copy path. Change this guy here. Okay, let's go look at what this EM thing is or how to do that. Go 4.7. Okay, we'll just go find it. I think it's pretty, it's like the one with the coin in the image. Right there. Okay, so you say image height equal to 1 EM. Let's try it out, because I think it could be pretty cool. And then I think you can do multiples of it. So like you can say EM2 or something if you want it to be even taller. And I forgot to actually enable VB code. Yeah, so that'll just be the same size. But if I want it to be larger, I think I can just say 2 EM. And I think it'll just be twice the height of our text. Oh, that's so nice. You guys have no idea. It's such a tiny thing, but that like makes everything so nice. Also, the font is too small, so we're gonna do this. Font size equal to 32 or something. Still a little bit too small. 64. That might be too big. A little big. Let's do 48. Nice in between. Let's do 1.5 EM. I feel like is like a good amount for an icon. I want it to be slightly taller than a text, but not like enormous. Like that's pretty nice. Press escape to exit. Yeah. All right, cool. Then tank got dirty. All right, I'll go write that down. I do need to fix these issues where it'll try and reconnect the signals and then throw a bunch of errors. Or I didn't necessarily fix an issue. I'll just say change the escape exit prompt in full screen tank mode to use an icon. Let's also just check controller super quick. Should be absolutely fine, but just want to make sure. Okay. Yeah, press options to exit. So I think that works. I'm just using like Steam controller glyphs for all of my glyphs because that is what I'm targeting with controller anyways, so. Oh, what is going on here? Oh, I didn't set the tackle box up properly inside of fishing region for like the input stuff. I'm glad I checked that. It's because we have a button here. And then we need to go add it to here. Now we're good. It's still kind of weird. I think I just have to get out and then go back in. Why is it still being selected? Is there something else I've done on these? Or I probably set it so that it's unfocusable. Let's see. Yeah, focus. Oh, I have to set up the focus neighbors. So that one just has right. So that one shouldn't go to the pot anymore. It should now go to the tackle box button. Then that one, yeah, it goes to the pot. But then the left one should go back to view keep net. All right, let's save that and then restart the game. So I think it preloads the fishing region scene. I got a really interesting review on controller stuff where somebody said that the controller support was abysmal. I don't know why they think it's abysmal, or like they didn't ever explain to me why it's abysmal. I don't know why it went over there. Well, we'll fix that. Just got my question answered. I can't see the why does it keep defaulting over there? Oh, it's because we changed the way that the focusing is. Now that it's in like a separate node, it's not able to jump its focus over there. Okay. But I think it's an easy fix. What we can do, I believe. It's probably because now in the main menu. Let's go look at this. I mean, that's still first in the list. I think whatever's last in the list is what receives priority focus first. So I think if we move the bottom node, it just screwed up the positioning again, but go to bottom wide. So if we move that above the other H box, then I think it'll fix it. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. I don't really care if people can select that stuff in the bottom right of controller. It's not really like designed for controller. So I could make it so they could select the right over there. What I'll probably do is just, I think I can set on the HBox container to do focus and neighbor right. I think I can just set to bottom. Nope, it doesn't work like that. Because the mode is set to none. So I'd have to do that on every single button in here, which is kind of annoying. It's weird that I can't seem to open the escape menu. Or I guess you can't do that here, yeah. Alright. Let's see if this is working now. Oh yeah, that works. Okay, the drop pot button doesn't go back to the tackle box. It's an easy fix. Okay, this is all working. So let's fix that button. Okay. Then on the main menu, it should always default to that one section. Yeah, that's the one downside of moving these out as two separate control nodes now, because it's going to receive one focus and not be able to transfer over to the next one. I don't know if there's anything we can do about that. Because if I add it into the HBox container, it's just going to not work. Yeah, I don't know. Guess I can go through every single node in here. Anything selectable, like all these. But then if I open up a menu, it's gonna jump to the wrong menu and stuff, and I'll just ignore it for now. I don't want it to become a big problem. See, because now it can jump to this menu here. But then if I make it where it focuses to the right, I guess whenever I open a menu, that menu takes the focus. That's probably fine. I'm gonna do another pass on controller stuff for sure, and like just make sure it's fully good to go. I'm just fixing a couple obvious issues right now. Yeah, now I can actually see like what's locked in here and stuff. I do need to make that change I made to the inventory where it lets you see like the full panel, the full thing at the same time. Which I think is pretty easy to do. You just go into the item panel, and it's like somewhere I did that. Yeah, right here, focus entered, connect, ensure control visible. So whether I, go into these buttons. So either the move to tank or sell button. So we can do the same thing inside of the upgrade panel. Since there's only one button, it's actually easier. So we just say, and I don't have to do scroll. Oh, I do actually have to reference the scroll container, so let's do that. So we're going to say buy button, that focus entered, scroll container, ensure control visible. So then now we go into the inventory menu. And we want to say, whenever we add child or a panel here. Ooh. Oh, not the inventory menu. Oopsies. Shop menu. So for upgrade panel button, that's decoration. Right here. So button dot scroll container is now equal to wherever our scroll container is. Aquarium. Oh, but that's not always the same scroll container. We'll just do this. It'll be easier right now. Where was it? Upgrade panel. Instead of getting a reference to the scroll container, we'll just say, I know. Get parent is the devil, but it's fine. I have used get parent a lot less in this project. Okay, so now in controller, if I go into the shop and I navigate through these buttons, you can see it keeps the whole button visible on like the scroll level. Which is kind of important because I need to see what I'm actually selecting. And now that we have so many more upgrades, it becomes more important. I gotta do the same thing over on decorations too. Well, let's just go do it really quick and get it done with. Put it over there. And it doesn't have buy button in the same way. But I'll just do it this way. These two buttons are extremely similar to each other. I might at some point just merge them into the same scene instead of it being two separate ones. It'd probably just be easier. Okay, and then the last thing that we'll check here. Hey, Nick, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, we'll check this blue bar disappearing thing. And these are all kind of like not major issues, but more just suggestions. All right, let's test this out. So shop, now when we go through the decorations, it'll make sure that it's always still visible. Cool. And then apparently when you're out fishing, if you just keep holding, it just disappears after a while. Oh, it just, yeah, it's just gone. Now the reason for that is because of my texture, the progress bar texture I use. It's a 9 slice, right? But there might be a way for me to shrink it down more. Let's see. Good you. Yeah, we're doing good. Just working on a lot of little things for the full version of Lured In next month. So it's coming along. Yeah, I think it's this node right here. I made it really like big. I think that I can crop this. Do that. I think. Like that. And then it can just stay on the little thing. Gotta go fix the progress bar now. I think it's inside of theme now. Oh, but do I have any like horizontal progress bars? Yeah, see, because then it ruins it there too. I do. I don't know. Well, I don't know why I have it so big to begin with. Feels like something that I can just crop more. Like, can I just do this? Make this my progress bar? Guess we'll find out. This might not work. And I guess it lost its margins here? Oh, those are expand margins. Oopsies. Texture margins. Okay. Now it's too much, I think. It needs to be like 8 or something. How far should it be? Yeah, I thought it should be, I guess, like 9. That looks to be about right. So that seems to be working fine, I guess. And then it just goes down to a tiny little bit. So I'll make it just stay there. Does that seem the same width as before? I think so. Is that thinner? I can't tell. I'm sitting here struggling to get a gift to do one particular thing. Everything else I've done with it has been great. Oh yeah, what is the thing you're trying to get it to do? So that one seems the same. I guess it's just the the vertical progress bar is the only thing that changed slightly, I think. So back into the fishing region. I'm now going to just clamp that progress bar probably here. So let's go ahead and do well, size is still set to 24. So I think it is the same size as it was before. I'm just going to set a minimum value here until it's visible. Or no, I do want it to be 0. Like, what's the minimum it needs to be? 0.01. So I'm just gonna clamp power to that or whatever. Or what is it? Progress? It's one of these things. No, it is power. So if power peak is hit, and then I just want to say after each of these things that get ran in here, power is equal to clamp F. Power minimum is 001, maximum is infinity. So that should prevent it from like fully disappearing there now. Let's go see if it works. So it should just go to a tiny little speck and just sort of stay there. And that seems to pretty smoothly slow down. That's good enough. Okay. Fix an issue where the progress bar and the fishing zone would fully snap to dark when holding for a long time. Alrighty. I want to send a command immediately once everything is ready. Godot/gift has a problem no matter where I try to put that send command into chat function or if I write it out right. I think it's just not fully ready no matter where I put it. So okay though, overall has been a big productivity win for me. Yeah, well that's good. Yeah, I don't know. So it's just like not the Twitch API just isn't ready to go by the time like you're sending that command is essentially your issue right now. Yeah, see, I haven't, I don't use gift anymore, so I'm not sure. I had too many issues personally with gift where I was just like, okay, I can't get this thing to work, so I'm just gonna use Twitcher instead. Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I'm not sure. I wish I could help. Yeah, I'll have to look for the final stuff throughout the script. Yeah. Well, it's good otherwise that it's working then. Yeah, it's nice. So they're saying if you have your line in the water and then click a menu, just if you click outside to close the menu or whatever, like that, then it immediately is in the rod. Yeah, it is a little bit annoying. It's a minor bug though. We got to focus on the big stuff because that's like what matters right now. So I don't want to go too much on a little minor issue bug hunting thing right now. Like I do want to fix those issues, but right now I got to make everything mechanically work with the new expansion system and stuff. So I'm going to focus on that. I simply use the example file, strip as much of the original chat thing away, and just hijack the incoming messages, channel name combos. Okay, nice. Yeah, send command was easy to connect to. IRC commands only. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about like... Honestly, I'm not super great at like networking stuff, so yeah, I don't really know. Don't know what would be going wrong, unfortunately. Is that F2? Okay, that's 2 before the line. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's see here. I know people are going to complain about not being able to move their tanks and stuff. I'm never going to hear the end of it. But it's such a hassle. Maybe someday in the future, but I don't think it's annoying though. Because then like, okay, let's say that you move your tanks around. Now what? Like, I have to somehow, if I change the layout or something of the aquarium, I now have to know where you put your tanks to. It's just very difficult. So I'm going to avoid that for now. Maybe one day in the future, like if I, after release and stuff, I can just kind of sit there and work toward making everything more customizable. But it's like, it feels like a very minor mechanic that doesn't matter right now, so. New layout looks great. Thank you, yeah. Yeah, it's got like some new like expansions and stuff now, right? So like your customers you can like unlock these step by step. I never liked before how it was like, you just have this tiny little building. It was kind of like disappointing. And there wasn't enough room for me to add in more things, and there was limited decoration space and all that stuff. So now, you actually buy these step by step, right? So it's like, if you want to unlock the stuff down here, you have to buy the expansion upgrade. I think it's a lot better that way. It just adds more of a sense of progression and completion to the game. Because now it's like, you just start in this little area, and then you can, like, you have an objective in the end where it's like, okay, you know, I'm going to unlock these 2 other zones. So I think it's good. I'll probably add like a big like overlay to this, or like a lock icon that says requires upgrade, you know, just so you know how to actually unlock them. But only thing I did not like about the old building was the fact you can't place a lamp next to the tanks on the right. Oh yeah. This layout I think will be a lot more, you'll have a lot more freedom in terms of where you can place your decorations for sure. Because there's just more space everywhere for everything. So, and I'm adding a lot more like spots for decorations. There's going to be a billion of them. So, yeah. See, hey, Robbie, welcome in. Yeah, you're doing the right thing. Getting hired at video game companies is hard. Yeah, it's like selection for them. A lot of people want to work at those companies. You can get another job though. Yeah. Go the indie route. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason I sort of focused primarily on just making my own games right out of university, right? Because I knew it was very difficult to actually get a job. I don't know. We'll see though. See what happens if I'm able to make enough money to like keep doing it. It's hard. I mean, there definitely is stuff to be said about working at a studio, because studios have lots of money and can pay you, right? With indie stuff, you know, there are a lot of challenges. Not to mention, I've also got to do all the business stuff too then, right? I can't just like sit here and make games. I've got to like do all the paperwork for the company and all this, you know, all this boring, stupid stuff I don't want to do. So, but I think it's worth it. I always like really value my autonomy and freedom and stuff when it comes to making games. I really like being able to like explore any kind of concept I want. So I think that's absolutely a massive pro of doing indie games myself, right? So, but yeah. Let's see. I do need to fill out the laboratory. Let's fix a couple more mechanics of things. Just to get those set. So one thing I want to do is if we have a large fish, I don't want them to be placeable in a small tank anymore. So I'm going to have to go through and actually determine whether a fish is large or not. And basically it's just going to be a weight check. Like, are they over a certain weight? I don't know if I necessarily need to add it as a tag at the beginning. Probably would be easier though. So let's go into ready, because I have this function where I kind of calculate drop rates, right? So I'm just going to check it in here. I'm going to say if fish data dot weight is greater than or equal to 4, then say fish data dot large is equal to true. So I'll go ahead and set that as a default inside of the items table for large to be small. Okay. We add like a larger keep net to be able to catch large fish. I thought about that. I'm not really sure. I mean, I don't want to make things too tedious and annoying. Yeah, like, I feel like that, it's fine, like, with not having a large tank instantly, it's like, whatever, you just keep the fish in your inventory until you have one. But if you don't have a large keep net, it kind of just locks you from being able to catch fish, and that's kind of sad, where it's just like, sorry, you don't have a large keep net. So all that time you just spent is gone and wasted, right? So that's probably why I won't do a large keep net. I think it's fine. It makes sense for the tank. It's nice to just have some more like decision making that goes into placing your fish, because now with the large tanks, you can only put large fish into large tanks, right? So you've got to make that decision of like, I could fill it with a bunch of small fish, but it would probably be better for me to put the large fish into there. And then also it gets really interesting when you get into like the synergies and stuff, because there might be a lot of synergies between small fish and large fish. So these large tanks then start to become like extremely like valuable for you, because it's the only way that you can get some of these synergies is by putting the large fish in. So you'd also just have no big fish in the pond. Yeah, that's definitely going to be the play here. So you're not going to start getting large fish until you visit the ocean. So, because there's no large, like if we look through here, this is all pond stuff. This is the lake. No large fish here. Right, they only count as large fish if they're overweight 4. So none of these guys are large. The first large guys that you get is the tuna and the mola mola. So, and the oarfish. And then you also get some from the river too. Or the jungle, you know. You get the arapaima, he counts as a large fish. So, the reason I'm setting it up where you can still put small fish in the large tanks is because, well, first off, it kind of just makes sense. Like, just because a tank is large doesn't mean there can't also be small guys in there. But also, like, if you don't have any large fish yet, I don't want to make it feel like the large tanks are completely useless. So it's kind of a way for me to, like, make them worth more. It does feel like an actual upgrade to the small tanks versus being, like, a more specific use case, right? Because, yeah, if it was large fish only, it would feel almost like a downgrade, I feel like. So, quality of life for the fish. Yeah, it's a larger area to swim around in. So yeah, I think it'll be fine. So now we know whether a fish is large or not with the large tag. Yeah, the oarfish is weight 4, so he counts as a large fish. Yeah, that's what I just set up in this script here. Anything over weight 4 is large. So, just an easy way to determine it, I think. And the next zone, being a coral reef zone, is going to have a lot of new large guys. One of the fish that I want to add into there is the whale shark, right? And this is going to be a pretty big guy, let's just say. He's a big fish. That looks weird. Is that how they actually look in there? But yeah, they're big guys. So, they're pretty friendly guys. They're just algae eaters, you know? It is insane. You look at this guy and you realize, like, that's insane that this guy's real. You know? He's 59 feet long. I mean, imagine you didn't know this fish existed and you were just swimming around in your boat and then you saw him, like, come out of the darkness. That would be terrifying. Right? Because it looks like a shark, even though they are like a whale. I think. Unless they're not. Are they? What are they? Are they anything? Extant fish species. A filter feeding carpet shark. So maybe it is a shark. Largest living non-cetacean. Okay. So it's not a whale. Because cetaceans, these guys, are like all these guys. Dolphins and whales. But they're not one of those. Okay. Dang. Over 50% population decline. Man, every time I look at these cool fish species, it's such a... It's so sad. You know? Because you read through and it's like, they are dying and there's 50% less now. Like on all of these species, you know? I bet if like we look up like oarfish too, like it's probably the same thing. Description, evolution, environment. I guess they usually live so deep that it doesn't even... Like, how many are there? It's probably hard for us to actually know how many of them there are because they're so rare. There have only been 20 oarfish sightings on the coast of California. That's pretty crazy. Look at this guy. It's a juvenile. I guess they are extremely rare. Um, 20 oarfish washed up in Japan. Interesting. Goliath grouper and humphead wrasse could be large fish in the coral reef. Yeah, the Goliath grouper is cool. This guy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's in the, whoa, okay. That name is, that seems kind of racist. Yeah, we're gonna call him the Goliath grouper, not the other one. Yikes. 800 pounds. He's a big guy. You don't think of the Goliath groupers being that big? But then you look at images of them. You know, images like this are so misleading. Like, obviously he looks big in this image, but I think it's hard to visualize in reality how big this is. This is literally the size of a human. Like, the fish would be like this, like enormous. They'd be absolutely gargantuan. I mean, it's insane. He's a big guy. It's like the size of like a cow, but in the ocean, you know? But yeah, we can absolutely add this guy, and I think it'd be a fun one to have. I definitely want to have a nice, like, good distribution of small and large fish now moving forward. So every zone that we explore, I want to add in, like, some of the huge guys. And then the humphead wrasse. Oh, yeah, these guys. These are pretty big. I like these guys. Yeah, they can be pretty large. I think they definitely count as a large fish. And they're also a coral reef guy again, so yeah. I think we're going to get a lot of fish variation in the coral reef, which will be cool. There's just so many fish in coral reefs. It's probably going to have, like, the most fish of any region. I am excited to get started on that very soon. I think as soon as I get all these little mechanics with the tanks and placing stuff and the decorations working, then, yeah, we're going to go crazy on the, that stuff. So let's see. We want to do... Now, whenever we're placing down a fish, I have to, like, disallow it. I think we do that inside of the aquarium cursor. Because I have a check in here, like if it can be placed. Because right here I say otherwise play UI error. So I think I want to do a check where it's like var error, you know? And then I can check, like, if one of these is false, then I'll check it. So if not compatible liquid, we start with that one first, and the error is equal to, like, wrong liquid. And I'll probably display these little pop-up messages when one of these happen. So that the player actually knows why they can't go in there, right? Then we also have to check, you know. So if that weight, object current weight plus that is greater than object capacity, then we say error is equal to not enough room. And then we just say if error dot is empty still. Otherwise, if it is not empty, then we do one of these. So now it's really easy for us to add in like fail states. So then we also check if object dot tank type is equal to global dot tank types dot normal, then we have to check here. So if, and then we have item data. So item data dot large, and it's a normal tank. Then we say error is requires a large tank, right? So let's go see if all this works. So now if I try and put let's do Gibble 1, a large fish. I might have to restart the game. I don't know if it did the large tagging. Apparently a fish called potato cod lives in a coral reef. Oh yeah. Let's look at that guy. Potato cod. The potato grouper. Yeah, this is a variant of the grouper. He's also a pretty big guy. Yeah, he's pretty big. He probably tastes pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of hungry right now. I would eat this guy. Just because his name is Potato. Man, he's big too. Alright, let's try this out. Okay, so if we try and put this guy in here, yeah, it just doesn't work. Let's increase the capacity a bit. Right? But if we put him in here, then it works. So yeah, that works pretty well. So now you can only do big guys and big tanks. And you unlock more tanks as you go along, so it should be fine. I think by the time you get to the jungle, you'll literally be ready to get the next large tank. So I might possibly add in more expansions in the future down here. You know, and that's why I've kind of like left the expansion system pretty flexible. Same with like this whole upgrade and everything, because I might. I think I probably will. Wish I could like drop people into the research lab. They'd be like, ooh. What is this? Whoa, invalid image, null. Ooh. That's odd. Is it because the grime mask image is null? I don't know how that would have happened. Let's see if it runs that every time we go in here. No. It must have somehow... So that was in the tank menu. Is it when I placed a fish into here? Well, I don't know. I'm gonna say if grime mask, I guess. Then we set it. This is inside of the tank menu, so that should be like the big image here when you go in. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Anyways. I think I suggest some fish, tripod fish, flying fish. Let me look all these up. Oh yeah, the tripod fish is very interesting. He has like little legs. So, where do they live? Lower latitudes, so probably like South America and stuff. Are they in the ocean? Yeah, seafloor. Are they in Benthic? So we could add him into the ocean zone. Or honestly, since he's down in the Benthic zone, he's a weird guy. We'll probably put him in like, I want to do like a deep sea area. And so he would make sense there. Flying fish is a classic. They just live in the regular pelagic, right? Yeah. Tuna, marlin. So in that zone with all those guys. Then let's see the last one. Yeah, the fish that spits the water. Consider mollusks and crustaceans. Yeah, we got a couple of those guys in. I got some crabs and stuff and some clams. I want to add more of those for sure in the future. Especially when we get to the coral reef, there's going to be a lot of guys we could do, you know, like sea urchins, and there's a bunch there. Fish that spits water. What is he called? This guy. Oh, the archer fish. Yeah, I wanted to add him into the jungle, so I'm probably going to do that. I didn't realize it was him. So David Huffman, welcome in. How's it going? So Robbie, what programming language is Godot? It uses GD script, but you can also use C#. So you can use whatever language you want. I think there is also support for other wackier languages like Rust and stuff through GD extension. It's kind of like a system they have to allow you to set up like code mappings or whatever into GD script, I think. So yeah, you can do a lot of different languages. But yeah, did I do all the art for this game? I did. All of the art, pretty much. Is there any art I didn't do? Yeah, I don't think there's anything I didn't do. There are some shaders that I've grabbed from the Godot Shaders website, just because they're epic. You know, there's a lot of great shaders on here. But most of those are just kind of modulating the art I already did. So yeah, I think literally every asset I've done. I can't think of one asset, visual asset, that I haven't done. So yeah. I've done all of the art. It's a good mustache. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, there's so many cool shaders. So cool. Love shaders, guys. There's just so much you can do with shaders. It's wild. It's so like disappointing when I see people like hate on shaders. I don't get what the hate is. Maybe they're just angry because they don't know how to make shaders. But like on the YouTube, like I did a short about shaders and stuff with Godot, and I'm like, people don't realize how freaking cool shaders are. And then some people are like, well, actually, shaders are terrible, and here's why. And they're just, I don't agree. But whatever. Some people argue that they actually run bad, which is the exact opposite. Like it runs great. Shaders run way better than using your CPU for things. So I don't know why people think they run bad. Even on super low-end hardware, they still run really well. So I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't know what people's problems are. Shaders are so powerful. You haven't made all the fonts for Korean and stuff. I did look into that stuff, and to make all of those glyphs in pixel art, I would have to do like 3,000 of them, so I'm never gonna do I'm not gonna ever add that into our language, unfortunately. One of these days, yo, let's go, it's me. Has anyone left any comments? Let's go. One of these days I'll probably do like, what do you call it? What am I thinking? Yeah, I'll probably like find pixel art versions of the Korean fonts and stuff and put those in, but I'm not gonna make my own. It's too many. Oh, is that a community site? Yeah, this is just a little community site. I don't know who runs this. Like, is this... Who is Godot Shaders? Okay, this guy. This guy made this website. But yeah, it's just a lovely website for finding shaders. Everything is either MIT license or CC0. So it means that you're just allowed to use them for whatever and modify them, and you don't have to pay royalties or anything. Everything here is free. So it's very, very cool. I do really love this website. And there are so many shaders here. So apparently there's some like official shaders by Godot Shaders. Let's see what they've got. Oh, they do a bunch, don't they? Oh, a couple. Oh, that's shaders by Godot Shaders. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, I highly recommend this site if people want shaders. Shaders are hard to write. I'm not going to lie. You know, they're complicated. But I'm hoping now, especially with the new update to the shader preview, that's going to be huge for writing shaders. So I'm really excited for that. Okay, so I need to have like a little warning bubble appear from the tank or whatever. Whenever you try and place a fish onto it. So let's get that working. I already do have the fish particle, which kind of almost does the exact same thing I want. It's got a label with the text in it here, and it rises up. I guess I'll make a new one. I'll just call this text particle. Text particle, call it text particle, but now we can greatly simplify it because it's just going to be a rich text label and nothing else. So I'm going to copy all this code, delete it, text particle. Silent Hill playing. Is this song from Silent Hill? I have a lot of songs in here that I don't know where they're from. So, oops, not Heaven. Heaven's Night song from Silent Hill 2. Yeah. Silent Hill does seem cool. One of these days I'd love to actually try it out. Seems kind of scary though. Oh, I didn't know that's where the music is from. Silent Hill. And there's like that new, there's a bunch of new Silent Hill games now. There's Silent Hill F. Then there's Silent Hill. There's the Silent Hill 2 remake, right? This one. That's like the, well, this is not the remake. This is just, oh, it is the remake? Okay, I don't know why it said 2010 or whatever there. Does look cool though. Maybe one of these days. I don't know. We'll see. It is 50% off. It's still kind of expensive though, even at 50% off. So, yeah, I'm not gonna buy it. Uh-oh. Okay, so we don't need to set that. We don't need fish data. Don't need any of this crap. We just need to set text. Don't worry about that stuff. And then I'm just creating a tween to do all of this stuff. Oh, yeah, now I can frickin'... I can call a tween dot await, tween await, and I can await a signal or whatever. That's gonna be really cool. guess I won't even set text. I'll just set it directly. Okay, so this should work, hopefully. And I might set up some code to change the color. We'll see about that. Have I played Schedule 1? I have. It's pretty fun. I kind of left it for a while just because it was a little, you know, needed some more time in the oven to bake. It is still early access. It does have a date, though, that it's scheduled to leave early access, which is cool. So I'm excited to see what they do for the full launch. But yeah, there's been a lot of updates and stuff to the game recently, I know. I think there's like a whole new like weather system and stuff as far as I know. Yeah, like the weather update, all this stuff. So yeah, it seems really cool. I do want to play again because it's been a long time since I've played, honestly. So one of these days. I feel like it's the kind of game, like, it's fun multiplayer or whatever, but I kind of just want to play single player in a way. I don't know. Just, like, to learn how to do this stuff. Because I've played with friends before, but I think the problem is that then I kind of, like, don't do any... I don't, like, make the goods myself. And just kind of let everyone else do it for me. And so I don't know, like, what to do. I think if I actually played the game just solo, it'd be easier. I'd learn things better. But yeah, it's a pretty fun game. I think this is a great example of how graphics don't matter. Like, this game, I'm not gonna lie, doesn't look very good. It looks like a Roblox game. Like, the models are kind of bad and stuff. But I mean that in the best way, as in, I don't care what the game looks like. I just care if a game is fun, and I think the game is pretty fun. Because it just does so many things that are so great. Like, it's an absolute, like, perfect example of, like, filling a fantasy in video gaming, you know? Right? It's like, you instantly know what you're going to be doing and what you get to do, just from, like, you don't even have to look at anything. Like, just the first screenshot, boom, that's all I need to know. So I think that's what's really great about this game is, like, it's so simple and obvious, and in a way that makes it a really good concept. So yeah. But yeah, I'll definitely play through it again sometime. The dev release made a studio and the game had a lot of bug fixes. Yeah, I watched like a whole like interview with the developer and stuff. It was actually the developer seems like a pretty cool guy. But yeah, it does seem like it's what is this big spike? I don't know. It does seem like he's got some big plans for updates and stuff, which is really awesome. So I'm excited to see the direction things take. It's crazy to get 12,000 ratings on a demo. That's wild. Hit the hey, really enjoyed finally joining one of your live streams. Yeah, thanks so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Yeah, he did hire that one 3D artist, so we'll see. I bet that will probably help him out a lot with getting assets done. Because I mean, I totally get it though. It's I say these things not in the sense of like I think the game is bad or the developer is bad because of them. I genuinely completely relate to how hard 3D modeling can be. So that's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's fine. I totally get it. You know what is so lovely about this new offset transform is that I can do this. And the fact that it's got a freaking, like, you can do position ratio is incredible. Because look at this, I can just keep it centered. I don't have to do any, like, other extra control nodes now. You have no idea how useful that is. It's so nice. So now I can just edit this and it just stays centered. It's fantastic. And we'll make it so mouse does not stop it. All right, so now we're going to go back into the fish tank code. Or actually the cursor code, really. And whenever we do one of those and it fails, we're going to create one of those nodes and do it. So we're going to say text Say var text is preload. Text particle dot instantiate. Say text.text is equal to error text, and then add as a child. We also have to say text.global position is equal to global position of the aquarium node. So this should work, hopefully. Let's try it out. I'll add I'm a hit the hay to my lexicon. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hit the hay, hit the sack. Some people say that. What are some other sleep terms I've heard? Honk chew. That's kind of a more stupid one, but... So let's see. Whoa. So I don't know why the text is so, like, below. Or I think it's because the text, I actually set it to start lower or something. Do I? No, I don't. So why is it starting down there? I think it might be just not going to where I'm placing. It kind of is, though. This is really weird. Oh, something's off. Does it have scaling set? No. Position doesn't seem to be doing anything weird. Does my offset transform not do what I think it does? Maybe I want to set it to visual only. See, it seems like I move my mouse a tiny bit and the text moves an enormous amount, right? It's like the position is being like multiplied. I don't know what's happening. It's pretty weird. Maybe I set the position after I generate the text. Oh, there we go. Whoa, but then it moves. Okay. But then now the issue is that the position... Or I probably need to restart the game or whatever for that to apply. And then it's moving... Very strange. I'm just gonna await to move. I'm gonna say await get tree dot six frame, and then I start all that. Yeah, that'll prevent it from like doing weird position stuff. Okay, let's restart. Try it again. See if it's fixed now. A little funny. Yeah, I think this will help. Just so people know why they can't place a fish in somewhere. It's still in the corner, so unfortunately, I don't know if my position stuff actually worked. I thought it would, the offset transform. But maybe it doesn't work anymore. Which kind of sucks. Maybe I do need it on visual only, and I need to restart with that. Let's try it out. Is this game out yet? Are you updating it? It's not out yet. The release is planned for July 17th. So, very soon. That's coming up. Now, honestly, speaking of, I do need to kind of review the build of the game. It's scary now, because there's like a big warning that appears, where it's like, your game launch is coming up. You must review now. So I'll probably send it in for review, like, right now. I need to figure out pricing. And publish the pricing. So I gotta do that. I'm gonna go probably DM my... Not sure with that. Get the... Launch. Pricing first. Pricing by region, yeah, we'll definitely be doing like localization on the pricing. So it'll be cheaper for people in, you know, countries where your money is worth less than USD. I think that should just be the gold standard for indie games. Anybody that doesn't do that is silly, in my opinion. Like AAA games do it, I think, because then what happens is people buy a key for the game in a country where it's really cheap and resell it for full price. Like, I don't care. I don't want people to have to buy off-brand keys. Like, I'm just gonna, or whatever, I'm just gonna make it affordable and then just buy it on Steam. Like, I don't want people to be excluded just because it's whatever, better pricing for the US. That's ridiculous, I think. Okay. Sorry about that. There we go. Now it's centered. Cool. So obviously the text is pretty large. So we're gonna scale it. And now since it's visual only or whatever, I can just set scale to 0.5 and then check it. I think that worked. Or I probably have to restart the game again because I preloaded it. Rah. Let's go ahead and do that. Also, you ask Robbie, DLC. I'm definitely leaning toward no DLC right now. I'd only do DLC if the game does super well. And if I do DLC, I'd probably only do like one DLC ever. I don't want to go down the route of like doing a trillion little cosmetic DLCs because I think that's lame. So I'd probably just do like one big expansion to the game and call it there. So, but it's only worth it to do DLC if the game actually does really well, right? That's the thing. So unless it does, I'm not going to be exploring that. I think that text size seems pretty good. Because I want to make that text like red. But not so red that it's invisible or hard to read. I think typically what I do is I take this color, I go into HSV mode, and then bring it up all the way like that. So now I want to say text.modulate is equal to color dot like that. Yeah. So yeah, they should work pretty well now. So like if I put it into a tank with the wrong, like let's say I go get like a guy that theoretically should fit in there, right? So we go to liquid type like this guy, it'll say wrong liquid. So it'll actually tell you what you're doing wrong now, which is pretty nice. So that works pretty well. And then let's say that I just have a tank that's full. Maybe let's go get some freshwater guys to put in there or whatever. So if I try and put this guy in, not enough room. Yeah, so that's working pretty good. It just helps. A little bit more player feedback, so we'll have to add those into the translation keys. Messages for placing a fish in the wrong tank. Cool. So I need some way to tell people that large fish require a large tank. I think I can do that in the tags. I do need to get started on adding these keys, because the more I add, the more I'm going to forget what keys we need to add. So I better get started. So let's start with the lures. Okay. First off, tackle box. So let's give it an explanation. Text to describe the menu to select equipment. Fishing zone. Okay, next key, we need lures. And we will need to do bait. All right, so we got normal hook. Let's go add the description for the normal hook. Run of the mill hook. Nothing special here. Let's go add another one. The agile lure. I'll just say a lure that's whatever. That's aerodynamic, so you can cast faster. Okay, key is increases your casting speed. Boom. Next up, shiny lure. A lure that is shiny, so fish nibble on it more. It's not a real thing, but what kind of is? That is how you spell nibbling, right? Let me make sure. Yeah. And then special lure. Okay. Boom. And the description. Increases the chance to catch rarer fish. All right, so those are all added. And we also have bait that needs to be added. Bait. Add. Name for fishing bait you can put onto your hook. All right, so those are all done. We've got a bunch more things to do. Let's do our new upgrades. Expansion. Hey, Abdi, welcome in. How's it going? Hold on, let me, I'm not here. I'm just gonna do this for 1 second. It's a little cursed. Don't worry. Expansion. I'll just say name for an upgrade to expand your building. Okay. And it's hard to read the text. Expands your building. More room to build. Might change that for more room to earn. I don't know. That's fine right now. Bit late, but on time to launch. Yeah, no worries at all. Welcome in. Okay, and then large tank. It should be pretty obvious what that means. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. Tank to your aquarium. All right. And then we also have that other key that we need to add in now, which is requires level of upgrade expansion. Oops. Let me go see if that's actually how I did that. Side of the upgrade panel. There it is. Requires upgrade. Nope. Thought I did that in here. There it is. Requires level of upgrade name. Okay. Line used to explain and require a level of a specific upgrade. Brackets are left as is. So hopefully that should all work out. All right, so let's see what else we got to do in here. So we've done that, large tank, expansion. I think it's all the same stuff in here. I guess I got to do all those ones. Okay. Quite a few to do. So we have large tanks. I have to say this allows you to construct large tanks. Boom. Okay. Next key. I do need to go through and probably change a lot of these keys to use like a different formatting, but we'll do that eventually. You already have lures as a key. So now this is unlocks lures, give you fishing abilities. Hopefully I think I did. If there are any issues with these keys, I'll figure out a way to fix them. Okay. So the special lure, which increases the chance to catch our fish. Boom. Next. Unlocks the shiny lure, which increases nibble speed. Oh my god. Let me add a new key, please. Okay. And the last one. Unlocks the agile lure, which increases your casting speed. Okay. See, I gotta be better about adding all these translation keys in early, because otherwise I'm gonna forget. And I think I have all that other stuff, like tank sensors and stuff, right? Yeah. Do I have, like, the Ornata and stuff? Oh, I guess I don't. Thought I had the Rudd. Miranda. Oh, I just spelled it wrong. Yeah, I have it. Okay. we're fine. And I must have stuff like the ore fish then. Yeah. Cool. I think we're all good on that stuff then. I don't think there's anything else that I added that we're missing. We have large tank. All the stuff here is the exact same, so should be fine. Okay, then just the warnings. Yeah, that's the last thing we gotta do. So let's go look at what those actually are. Crusher. So wrong liquid. Oops. And this will be an error pop-up whenever you add a fish to a tank with the wrong type of liquid. Salt water versus fresh water. Alrighty. Then we have, I think there's only 3. It's like the one where it's full. Oh yeah, right here. Not enough room. Got that. Warning pop-up for when you add a fish to a tank that is full. Cool. And then the last one requires a large tank. I might change it so it says or large tank needed or something, just to be smaller. Yeah, that's fine. This will be okay. Error pop-up when you try to place a large fish into a small tank. Cool. All right, so I think that's all that stuff. Is it possible? So are you going to add translations to the achievements? Yes, we will. We'll probably do sort of like how we did it before, where we have like a separate component for that. So like, for example, the Steam store page stuff is its own component here. So we're going to do the same thing again, since it's like through Steam's translation stuff. So we'll make a new component in here, call it whatever. Each achievement is going to have a name and a description. And then, yeah, I can just upload everything as a big, like, batch of localization data. I actually had to create a little script for the Steam component stuff so I could, like, easily upload it to the page, because it was very frustrating before. The way that Steam formats their translations are pretty bad, so I had to kind of go through and format ours to become bad. Because they have, like, all of the stuff grouped into one block. It's a little annoying, but it's fine. It'll be okay. So let's see. Edie, welcome in. How's it going? This game's coming out soon. Yeah, there's also by 2 left thumbs. A little bit later in the year, August 17th. I don't know why the demo seems to get like a lot of. It's not really that many negative reviews or anything. But most of the demos I've seen around are always like 100%. It's interesting that we've gotten a lot of negative reviews, but it's fine. I've already been fixing a lot of these issues, like power scaling things. So that's all been fixed. And then this person has, like, I guess, had a bunch of issues. I don't know how they're having those issues, because I can't replicate them, and nobody else that's playtesting the game has ever reported them to me before. But they're saying controller compatibility claim is a stretch. I don't know why, what they mean by that. It was extremely slow to release button presses. I don't know what they mean. What does it mean to have slow release button presses? Is that I don't think that's an issue with the game. Also, they're saying it's hard to know where the line is aiming without a cursor to point it out, because we do have a cursor to point it out on controller, and we also have the arrow that rotates to show you the direction of where you're casting. So I don't know what that complaint is about. And there's another thing in here that I'm like, this is kind of an odd issue. Yeah, multiple times the game would suddenly stop receiving input from the mouse. I don't know what they mean by that. And apparently the same would happen randomly with the controller. I'm starting to think that there's just something wrong with their computer. And they also said, until I killed him by slamming him to a wall, Grandpa would just stand there and repeat the same ending sentence of the tutorial forever. And then every time they re-entered the shop, he'd speak again. I don't get that one. Is it because they like just clicked out, or they like closed his menu instead of clicking OK on his text or something? But even then, I don't think that would happen. If I go back to level 5, the tutorial, and I open his thing up and click the X icon, I guess that's what they're saying, is that he just like, they didn't click OK on his text. So I guess that's why they're complaining. I mean, we can fix that, I guess. But like the whole idea is that like you're acknowledging what Grandpa said when you say okay, right? Because otherwise it's like, maybe I didn't mean, or I accidentally like pressed escape or closed out of the menu, and now I have no idea what Grandpa said, right? So it's kind of like you can click on OK and be like, okay, yes, I understand, right? I don't know. Am I wrong in that reasoning? Seems pretty obvious to me, but who knows? But I don't know how they would have killed him then. Okay, I'm assuming what happened is this. They were on stage 5 of the tutorial. They probably clicked on him, clicked the X, and then maybe they left and came back. No, because he just defaults back to that state. They just never clicked OK. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. I could make it so that he fully dismisses his thing when you close out of the menu, but then like, what if you accidentally miss the text and now you can't ever read it again? I want people to like actually acknowledge what they read first and be like, okay, I get it. And then he stops talking to you. So I don't know. You know, you can't please everybody. So whatever. So I got a 4 out of 10. Pretty brutal rating, but I don't know what it's really hard to sometimes figure out these issues, you know? Because like, it's always a question of, is this a real problem? Or is it just like, you know, just they interpreted something in a weird way that I wasn't expecting? It's always really hard to tell. Yeah, maybe show the exclamation mark to close the dialogue. That's probably what I'll do. At least make that change. We do have like this list of, it's been a little while since I went in here. You can sort by like the newest dates and stuff. I mean, like most of our ratings are pretty positive, you know. Occasionally you get one that's sort of less positive, but none of these are that negative. What is this? Clicking on the dialogue while it's still playing skips to the next dialogue box instead of having the current one instant complete. Yeah, I could make that change. The fishing part is done well, but the shop is kind of meh. It's always, you can't please everybody, you know? Some people are the exact opposite. Fishing has no upgrades, and they're like, but the shop stuff is great. So. More types of fishing rods. So this one is 4. Okay, this is the person that left a negative review. All right. 7, 10, 8, 9, 8, 8, 9, 6. Right here. Kinda slow. So that's their only piece of feedback. Fair. More emotions, maybe story. Yeah, I don't know. I can't worry too much about it. This person wrote it in Arabic, so I have no idea what it says. I'll have to use Google Translate. This person was not happy. 2 out of 10. Their favorite part was the shop. Their least favorite part was the mini games. More fish tanks, fish eating other fish. Needs a text speed option. Does have potential though. Okay. So did I get a 2 out of 10 just because I don't have fast scrolling text? This is kind of crazy. I don't know. You can just delete all the trash without having to pay any money. I mean, yeah. Do you want it to where you have to pay money? Sadly, this game is too boring for me and just simply not my type, though I'd recommend for those who want a relaxed experience instead of a game like Ultra Kill. That's fair. Here's the thing, though, is that, like, part of these reviews, like, I do always read through these, and they are helpful, of course, to me. Yeah, people just don't like the minigames, huh? This person is not happy about the minigames. Okay, that's fine. I probably will add in an option to disable them, so. This person says the minigames are too hard. I get, like, there's two people. Either minigame too hard or minigame too easy. So, it's complicated. Oh, man, this is a big thing. I'll have to read that one later. On this game. Background music isn't quite good enough. I don't know what they mean. Like, why is it not good enough? Fishing is very hard. Couldn't fish any. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll have a pop-up at the beginning of the game that's just like, do you want minigames? You can just disable them if you want. Right? So, maybe I'll do that. But it seems like most people generally have a good time, though, right? I mean, just scrolling through these, there's most of these are 7 or up. So I'm not super worried. It's not like there's, like, critical issues. I mean... And also, a lot of these are from a while ago before I added instructions and stuff, so I think they might be skewed a little bit more negatively. So, I think I can also see, like, an overview of, like, the percentages of stuff here if I go to responses. So our average rating is 8.13. I think that actually went up a tiny bit recently, which is good. But yeah. So it's all helpful feedback. I'll, of course, be reading through those more comprehensively off of stream. But yeah. Also, here's the thing. These are all just people getting the game for free. So there's no, like, the barrier to entry is so low that I think you tend to get a lot of people playing the game that wouldn't have actually ever wanted to buy a game like this. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I would play a genre I don't like if it's free. You know? And so I think there's a higher chance of somebody just not liking the game just inherently for what it is. It's just a theory. I'm assuming that if somebody's actually spending money on the game, they're going to give it more of a chance. And also that tiny little bit of barrier will kind of eliminate the people that know they don't like fishing games, right? because they're like, okay, well, I'm not going to spend money on a game I know I won't like, and so I won't ever have those people leaving negative reviews because they just won't even play the game. At least that's my assumption, right? I have no idea if that's actually how things are going to work out or not, so we'll see what happens. But who knows? The best I can do is address as many problems as I can and see what happens. So let's make it so his exclamation mark stays visible. The thing is, though, is I don't want it to be like constantly yapping. I'll have to figure out how we want to do this. Because I say, right, if it's less than 6 and arrived. Because he only shows his exclamation mark to talk to you if you haven't clicked OK or whatever. There's like... I guess I'll just add an exception just for this one time. So here, instead of saying exclamation invisible, I'll say if tutorial stage is less than 5. So it shouldn't make the exclamation mark go away until you click OK now. But yeah, it stays visible, then if you click OK, then it'll go away. So where does that one happen? Let's go into Grandpa's scene. Is that in the Grandpa menu? Yeah, right here. So yeah, I just say toggle off tutorial stage +1. And then let's also say on Grandpa, I need to make the exclamation invisible. So that should just be... Do I have a reference to Grandpa? Nope. Whatever, it'll be fine. Little cursed. Code is a little cursed, I know. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alright, so let's say tutorial is 5. We're gonna go talk to Grandpa. We click X, it still stays there, but if we click OK, then the exclamation mark goes away. May make it so if you press OK, all the text coming up just instantly reveals. Yeah, I will probably make that change. So let's go into the Grandpa menu. So when we click OK, what does that call? Oh, it says on OK pressed. Yeah, duh. So what does animate text do? Okay, so what I'll do, I have this animate tween. How do I know if it's active? Dot like active. How do I know? There's probably a variable in here. Is running. Yeah, there it is. So if it's running, then I say animate tween.kill, and I will set our label visibility ratio to 1. Let's see if that works now. So let's just go ahead and start at tutorial 0 again and restart the whole sequence. He walks in. So now if I hit OK, no, that's still immediately, oh, because I have to actually call, you know, this, and say return, because I don't want it to do the other stuff. Let's try that again. Hold on. So you make a new scene for every menu? Yeah, usually I do. It depends on the menu. Sometimes I reuse the same scene and just like change variables, but if it's like a significant different layout and stuff, I always make a new scene. Yeah, so now you can just click OK and skip. So that's better. Hopefully that doesn't cause any issues. I don't think it will, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't think I can cheat this one. Actually, I can say minigame OT and then cheat. I think. Yeah. So yeah, sell some new fish. I'll sell that guy. Go catch one from the pond. Great work, kiddo. All right. So, I mean, that seems good to me. I don't know how else I can make it any better. Like, so he was on tutorial 5. Then I go in here, and if I close out of the menu, we'll, like, wait for confirmation, right? Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and say, made it so clicking OK while talking to Grandpa during the tutorial will skip his dialogue. All right. 5 tadpoles. No thanks, get out of here. I do want to make a change to the chef so that his prices will always reflect your current income level. So, because I think one of the reasons why people think the chef is useless is because, like, let's say that he gives you, offer. You add a bunch of fish to your tanks, and then you go back to the chef, and now his offer is based off of your income from a previous moment in time, right? And so it's like usually like it just ends up not being worth it. So I'm gonna make it where if you actually make your tanks better, and he like instantly updates his offer to reflect your new income level. And I think that'll help out a little bit, at least. Let's get rid of that stuff. So offer is going to dynamically change. Money plus equals offer. Yeah, so his request is based off of, like, the moment that he starts walking into your shop, it generates this offer value right here, right? And so that's all fine and dandy. But a lot of the times, yeah, so if arrived, I'm gonna set up his offer stuff. What is this? If global inventory entry ID... Okay, that's just setting that stuff. Oh, I don't want it to do it for there, yeah. So we'll calculate stuff. But yeah, it's based off of like your passive income and your cash value of the fish that he's taking, right? So like if he's asking for, let's say, 2 goldfish or something, he gives you the cash sell value for the 2 goldfish plus 2 minutes of passive income time. So it is worthwhile. I mean, he will always give you at least the minimum value of the fish plus a minute of income for each fish. But I think it just feels like it's not worth it sometimes because of how many he can ask for. So I think I might also decrease the amount of fish that he asks for. It used to be really bad because he would ask for multiple fish of the same, like he'd ask for 5 different kinds of fish, which is just not very practical. So let's go see where I calculate my offer. So I do it right here. This happens in ready, see, right when it gets created. So I'm going to make a new function of calculate offer. And I'm going to do this, where right now I'm just going to set it to 0. And I'm going to call calculate offer on ready. And the offer is going to continually update depending on your actual income. But it's never going to go lower than what it was initially, right? So that's an important thing to keep note of. So offer 0 for I and fish. Yeah, I have a list of the fish still. So yeah, you can see I am giving the fish value times the money times 2. So like, let's say that you have a goldfish worth $4, right? $4 times 2. So he gives you $8 base. And then on top of that, he gives you your passive income times the number of fish you have. So if he's requesting 2 fish, he gives you 2 minutes of time. So he is really quite a good deal, but I think I need to make him an even better deal because nobody ever accepts his deals. So, and it's hard to tell, like, is it just they're not accepting a deal because of the quantity that he's requesting? Or is it the actual value of the offer, you know? Because I could probably decrease this to like one out of 3 fish instead of 1 through 5, and that'd probably be a lot easier for people to handle. I might also increase this so it actually does multiple. So like if he requests 3 fish, that would be 6 minutes of passive income. So he's definitely worth it. And then another thing I'm going to do is check what our offer is. So we're going to say if offer, well, we'll say offer is equal to ceiling of that, right? And then I'm actually going to call this bar new offer. So if new offer is greater than our old offer, then go ahead and say the active chef deal, right, at index cash is equal to offer, or to new, or yeah, just offer, and then offer is equal to new offer. So he should always like now update his offer to the most accurate like offer depending on your income. So make some more changes here. So the chef requests between 1 and 3 fish instead of 1 and 5. Made it so the chef will now update his offer continually as your passive income increases. All right. Okay. So then the final step to this, right, is to say, yeah, so it'll be equal to that. Don't do any of this stuff because I already did it. Okay. And then just say global.passive income changed or whatever. Or shop stats change.connect to calculate offer. And whenever I do calculate offer, I'm also going to need to update like the visuals of the UI too. So inside of chef menu, we need to update that. Because we have update UI, which will settle the text and stuff. So we're also going to say global dot, or let's just say, do I have a reference to the chef? I don't. Is this request based on what you currently have? I already responded to that, right? Yeah, so I think I misread what you meant. You probably meant like fish that you already have in your inventory, right? Let's see, inventory changed. Connect to update UI. That one's good there. I'm gonna say offer updated. Omit. So no, he just does random fish, and I do that on purpose because I don't want people to just always make the deal. Like, it should still be some thought that goes into it of like, okay, he's asking for this fish, I'll have to go catch it if I don't already have it. You know, is it worth it? Because I think that way he becomes more of an interesting decision instead of just yes every single time, right? Because I mean, yeah, I want it to be like I want people to accept the offers, but I don't want it to be like so like a no thought decision at all, right? So where do I update the UI stuff with? Oh, owner. So I can just say owner dot offer changed dot connect to update UI. Oh, it's offer. I'll do offer changed instead. Feels better. Okay, so let's go test this out. So maybe you would like have a 75% chance to ask for a fish you have and 25% chance to one you don't have. The whole idea of the chef is it's like to encourage you to travel back to older regions and stuff like that. And so that's part of it too, right? Is that I want to make it's like a way to encourage people to go back to other areas. So I think it's fine where he's at. It's just a matter of like tweaking his offers and stuff to make it worthwhile. Okay, so I'm going to up my game speed to 16 times. And I'm going to go ahead and call in the chef. And then what I'm waiting for is for some algae to appear on my tanks. $1. That's not accurate. Hold on. Calculate offer. I also do it on ready. This doesn't seem right. New offer is greater than offer. Oh, is it because like his offer was... No, because it should always start at 0. I'm going to put a new offer is in there. So let's just like update my income. So it clearly updated here, 2,000 now to 3,000. But why, why is it not updating in the UI? So I said owner.offer changed update UI. I said offer is equal to new offer. Offer changed. It should be changing that mountain here. For money, and then S is owner.offer. Ooh. Something's pretty weird here. Oh, it's probably because since it's on ready and I never actually set the offer. Okay, let's do this instead. Let's close the game. This should work. So I'm just gonna create a set thing on offer. Set value. Value is equal to offer, or offer is equal to value. And then say offer changed on emit, right? Like a type. Okay. I'll give you $1 for 3 fishes, pal. Yeah. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy deal. Because I think what was happening is up here when I set offer to the previous offer, he doesn't actually like update. Also, I guess when you come back from your aquarium too, it should immediately update that offer actually. So I don't even need to store this active chef deal cash value because I'll just call calculate offer again. Yeah. So do I even use that anywhere? I don't even think I need to store it anymore. So active chef deal. So I'll still clear it. I still need to have it for the fish, but that's it. All right. So yeah, we don't need to bother storing that inside of there anymore because it's going to be recalculated every time anyways. Because we're going to say calculate offer right at the beginning. And here we calculate the fish and then calculate offer again. And then just changing offer itself should always now emit that signal. Let's go try it again. Okay, we have another ad. My apologies, everybody. I think a way you can encourage people to interact with him, you should add an achievement to accept like 10 deals, maybe one for accepting 1 deal, so it makes sense. I think you should remove the cheating achievement. Oh, the one where you like travel back in time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a funny little secret achievement, but I do think it can kind of encourage bad behaviors. I haven't like added any of them or done them yet, so we can totally take that out. Time traveler. Yeah. And we can change this away from being a secret guy. I've come to bargain. That funny line in a Dormammu, I've come to bargain, you know? Also, ignore chef for 10 or 100 deals or something. Yeah, could do that. Trade with the chef, and we'll do trade with the chef 10 times. And what would that be? So ads are over. Sorry about those. Make love, not blaze. Yeah. Good. Also, this one, I'll just say beats word. Sure. Is that how you spell fillets? I guess so, yeah. Alright. So, let's test this out again then. What I'm going to do is clean the algae. Clean this one. Okay. And then activate 16 times speed. Go on the chef. Then I'll... why is it still not updating that value? It's really frustrating. Owner.offer changed. Right? So offer changed is the signal. And then right here, offer is equal to value and offer changed.emit. I don't know what's happening. And then it calls update UI. And then I add owner.offer. It doesn't make any sense. Does it update if I delete a fish? No. I don't get what's going on there. Why? It just has $1. Where is it even getting $1 from? Is that like the default in here or something? No. How is it even finding $1? It doesn't... How? Wait a minute. No. Could it be because of the way I'm formatting it? I'm gonna change this formatting just in case. That would be insane if that was what was causing it. Wait. Format number. Trying to figure out what the heck is going on here. I think that's correct. That would be so stupid if that was what was causing it. Let's try this again. No. I don't know how he's displaying $1. I don't get it. How is he doing this? Is it because of how I clamped the offer or something? I really don't understand. I'm gonna print what offer is. This is quite puzzling, though. How am I setting the text? I'm just grabbing the text straight from the chef and just throwing it in. It should be pretty straightforward. Synthetic Forest, welcome in. So cool to see you working on another game already. Yeah. We will be cycling back to Starground and finishing that game fully, but it's been really nice just taking a little bit of a break. So it's obviously $3,000. You can see it down there. It shows $1. What? I don't get it. I'm so confused. Don't you append the text to the amount instead of the offer above? What do you mean? So I just say label.append for amount of money right here. And this is the string I use. Then I'm passing in owner.offer. And offer is a float. You're saying like this code here in the for loop for I and fish. New offer. The other one. Where is the other one? Right here. This has nothing to do with the money. This is just for the required fish. The only thing that accesses money is right here. So is there something wrong with my format number function? Maybe. Because let's print out what owner.offer is here, right? I swear it's something's weird. Okay, how is it reading 1? I don't understand. What? Am I reset? Oh my god. I don't know. Okay. Why did I even have that there? I knew something was weird. I feel like a fool. Alright, let's try this again. God dang it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Alright, let's pull the chef in. We'll do what we're gonna do before. There we go. That's how much he should offer. So yeah, I can see it's quite a lot of money. We're making 800 a minute, and we're being offered 4,000 for free for 3 scrimps. So like, it's a good deal. And then if I'm just gonna watch, and I want to make sure that when the algae grows, that we see this number drop, because it should. So let's see what happens. Now we just sort of sit here and wait. So remember, 4.13K should drop to half that probably. Eventually. these days. At 16 times speed, it should happen in like a couple minutes. Yeah, the algae does affect your income. It halves the income of a tank. So you don't want algae. Come on. I'll probably put like a little warning in the tank menu to explain that mechanic. Where it's just like, hey, the algae is decreasing income by 0.5 or whatever. Okay, so the algae just, it did not update, did it? But if I reopen the UI, nope, it just didn't update. Ay. So why didn't it update? Cash per customer has already dropped, so it didn't work. Well, cash per customer is your passive income, almost. So it should have updated. I should have printed out whenever it did update. Offer. So I connect after all this stuff. Shop stats change to calculate offer. Then I say offer is new offer. Oh, but it's less than... Okay, that's why it didn't change. Because it's less than what his first initial offer was. That's by design. So... what I need to do is like almost the inverse or something where my money goes up. Algae update on Chef. Nah. Nah, this is intentional because what I want to avoid is like you get a really good deal, you know, from the chef, and then all of a sudden he decides to give you less money. Like that would just kind of feel bad as a player, I feel like. So the reason I set it up if it only changes if it's greater than, because then it feels a little bit more fair. Now, if we somehow, like, let's say that our... Okay, I know we can test this. Ready? So we're going to bring him back in, right? And he's offering 2,000. So now if we go clean a tank, right, and get more passive income, then you'll see that it increases that offer now. Boom, 2.5 now. And if we also clean this guy down here, which is our main moneymaker, then we'll get even more. Watch. 3.3. So yeah, that's intentional. Don't worry, guys. I meant to do that. Does the chef look different? He always comes in randomized. He's never the same guy. I have it so the chef randomizes their skin tone. So. 1/16 speed. Oh god, it's really slow. You can see these animations. Crazy. Here, watch this animation pull up. Crazy. It is really useful sometimes to run the game at the speed for like checking for like weird issues. So it's not really a bad thing. It's so slow. It's like a speedrunning strat. Oh god, it would take me 5 years to charge the rod. Oh. Oh god. The slowest cast of all time. It's pretty crazy. Half speed. Still feels weird. But it's a little better. I actually do want to watch that initial cast. Like, how does that work? So the thing goes super tall. guess that's okay. 2 times speed. Pretty fast. It's kind of fun messing around with that. Yeah, I did the last edition, yeah. Okay, well, I think the new chef stuff is all good now, so... yeah. Let's just keep working away at stuff. Now, I have talked about, I think in the stream title, I said I was going to do the synergy bonuses. So let's mess with that right now, guys. So I think this should be pretty straightforward. I'm just going to have a big list of possible synergies that we can do, right? So let's go put this into global. I don't feel like making a whole table right now, but we will eventually. So we're going to call this var. Now, what do we want to call this? Synergies, combos, proximity bonuses, community bonus. I kind of like the idea of community bonus because that is like a thing with keeping fish in tanks, you know? Like a fish community, like tank. You can have like a community tank, right? Where you get bonuses for like a variety of fish next to each other. Right, designed to contain more than one species of fish. But it's not only community fish though, I suppose. Because sometimes also, yeah, I mean, look at all these different fish. Having having multiple betas in one tank is not a good idea. Unless that's a reflection. Is that a reflection? I don't know what's happening here. No, it's reflecting off of this wall. So there is 2... Is it? I can't tell what's happening. But yeah. I don't know what to call it. I'm hit the hay now. Let's go. Might not be able to watch streams next week going on a trip. Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night and have a fun trip. Hope it goes well. Yeah, I don't know. Community, like, yeah, I won't call it community because that implies that it's not always going to be community bonuses. Like, some of them will be like that, where it's more of like centered on variety, but then also there might be a couple little like bonuses for, you know, having multiple of the same fish, like a schooling bonus. Might want to do a synergy of all algae eating fish and call it like the power cleaners. Yeah. Power Rangers. Yeah, I do want to do that. Like, I want there to be just little like combos that you can do, right? So it's gonna be a whole lot of things to translate. I think it'd be fun to give them like unique names for every single combo, you know? Almost like when the game that I'm thinking of that like has this, right, is basically Little Inferno. Because in this game you create these like burn sets, right? Like you buy these individual items and then you have these like combos where you burn multiple things at the same time. I don't know what it's called in this game. But yeah, I don't know. For 1 million copies sold, that's crazy. But I did always like that, like being able to discover all the combos is kind of fun. What else has Tomorrow Corp been making? Yeah, World of Goo 2. I need to play fully through World of Goo 2. I haven't yet. $7 billion humans. It's crazy that World of Goo isn't even their biggest game. I guess it is Little Inferno. Interesting. Man, when did World of Goo come out? 2008. Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah, I was a baby. So let's just brainstorm some name ideas. Right, we've got like combos, synergies. What are like, let me open up the old thesaurus. What is a word, another word for combo? Not an association, an assortment. Collections. Collection, though, implies that you just unlock them, like, right when you find them, I feel like. Yeah, combination, hodgepodge, jumble, mishmash, mixture, selection. Garbage. Group. Medley. None of those. It's really a combination. A mix. Amalgam. I guess we'll just call them combos. I don't know what else to call them. I mean, synergy would also work, but I worry synergy might be kind of like a... Does anyone know what the word synergy means? I like the idea of synergy because it's like they're working, like it implies that it's like a cooperation, right? It's not just a word to describe a group of them. It's like saying group, but in like a beneficial way, if that makes sense, right? Like an alliance or something like this. Bond. Communion. Kinship, league. I don't know. It's good. It's kind of funny that they would make a program called Discord, because Discord is like it means like harsh and like, you know, dissonance. It's like the opposite of what the platform is trying to do. I do like synergy. Synergies. Will anyone know what that means? I hope. Right, it's a concept that a combined effect of two or more entities is greater than the sum of their individual effects. I mean, that's exactly what it is. Working together. It literally means, yeah, the Greek word for working together. I feel like it's probably going to make the most sense. People will know what it means pretty obviously, I think. I mean, it's the perfect word. Right? So this is going to be a dictionary, I guess, of strings and more dictionaries. All right, and we're just going to create some groups here. Fish. And I'll have to check all of these fish if they're a part of a synergy. I'll have to think of a optimized way to check for synergy states, because I don't want to like make the game run bad. Well, let's start with the power cleaners, right? li dot synergy. I always spell it 2 N's for some reason. Is Power Rangers one word? No, they're 2 words. Okay. Then we'll have a name entry, right? And then we just have a list of all the fish. li dot, I think they technically, or no, it's li.fish. li.fish dot snail. And let's do this. li.fish dot. We're also going to store like the multiplier, right? It's going to be 1.5 times or something. Freshwater shrimp. Dot bristle nose pleco. What are the other algae eaters? Let's go into items table. Save it. Algae. Apparently that's not a thing. Oh, algae multiplier. Oh, I'm on whole words. Oopsies. Okay, so we got the tadpole, snail, shrimp. Oh yeah, the Corydora. And the bristle nose. Oh, and the zebra pleco, I guess. Well, I don't want the combos to get too big. So I'll just start with li.fish.tadpole. Those would probably be fine. I'll probably have like some different groups, you know? Maybe we'll have like some that are like a lot of different fish. So it's all about the variety. And then some are like, you know, just a bunch of the same. And also, I realized what I'm probably going to do here is attach each of these fish with a, probably a quantity of how many are required. But I guess I don't need to do that. I'll probably hold off on that. If I need to put multiple of one fish, I'll just put the same fish in here twice, I think is how I'll do it. All right, so then what's another li.synergy. I want one with like all the goldfish, right? Carp kids. Oh yeah, bottom crawlers. We'll have to do that. And then this is going to be like the goldfish, right? The oranda, the koi, and the carp. So we'll just have to come up with a bunch of ideas for all these. So for bottom crawlers, what are you thinking for that one? And I do want some of these synergies to overlap. That's kind of the whole idea. Is that you can kind of like you have like some guys in one synergy that can be in multiple synergies, so you can get some really crazy like bonuses from finding the proper synergies, right? Because they're multiplicative. So you say times 1.5 and then times another 1.5, so it's like compounding, as I imagine how it would work. So they can become quite valuable. I'll have to change how the get fish value stuff works. It's gonna be a little bit more complicated, but shouldn't be too bad. So maybe a starter synergy, like the lowest cost fish. Yeah, just to kind of introduce people to the mechanic a little bit and stuff would be good. What would we call that one? So that's going to consist of goldfish, minnow, and bluegill. Just a small bonus. 4-man's combo, yeah. How could we phrase that? Fish and chips. I kind of like that. Good luck, translators. All right. Because see, now you like get these, it starts already becoming really interesting. Because now the goldfish in here is in the same synergy as this guy. So if you do this synergy and this guy, then the goldfish in your synergy become a lot more valuable. Think about the translation, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know how. We'll have to come up with an alternative name or something. There are some things I'm gonna have to figure out, like, can you stack multiple synergies, you know? Does it work like that? Because I feel like probably not. Then we'll have to decide which fish are part of what synergy. So it's gonna be a little complicated. Like, what if you have two goldfish and a minnow and a bluegill? Do both goldfish get included in the synergy? You know? It gets complicated. I think the idea I want to go for is that when you have a synergy, it only multiplies the value of the fish that are included in that synergy, right? Type percentage of the same fish, yeah. That's probably what I'm thinking. Unless we do like a complex ordering process. Well, it's complicated because I want like one fish to be able to be paired up into a second synergy, if that makes sense. So like you could have that same goldfish have a synergy in here and this one at the same time. Because you can get like really interesting like compounding. It just makes the process of choosing your synergies way more interesting, I think. Because you have to think about not only just the fish in the synergies, but like how do you combine the synergies, right? Because they affect each other. At least that's what I think. It'd just be kind of fun. Because otherwise it's just a simple, okay, what fish has most value and most synergies or whatever, best synergy. That would be a little bit boring. Yeah, like one works for more synergies, but two fish don't increase the one synergy. Exactly, right? So it's like, I think of it almost as like a, what's the chart, you know? Pie, not a pie chart. Why am I stupid? Chart that overlaps. Why am I stupid right now? Venn diagram. God. But sort of like, you'd have like one synergy here. Yeah, Sudoku also is kind of a good example. Then like these are the three fish. And then this fish from this synergy is able to like be a part of the other synergy over here. You know what I mean? I just think that would be kind of fun. It would make for some pretty interesting combinations that you could do inside of the tanks. So these guys would just have this synergy, and these guys just this synergy, but this one guy here has like both synergies applied to him at the same time, right? So if you have like a really high value fish, you can think a lot about how you go about your synergies and like pair them up in the right way, so that some fish like making you an insane amount of money, right? I just think it's kind of a fun little mechanic. Definitely very gamified, but kind of in a good way, I think. I could see people really spending a lot of time messing around with them. This might be beyond scope, but what about a shader effect for each synergy? That would be kind of crazy. I don't know if I'll do it for every single synergy or not. It's hard to say. I'll definitely list the synergies out that the fish have. I might just add like a little special shiny effect or something. Just a standard shader for all of the synergies, if anyone has one synergy at least. Yeah, just like an aura glow kind of thing. I think that could be fine. Yeah, it'd be nice because then you can see which fish actually have a synergy active. Yeah, if it has like 2 synergies, then yeah, it could like change color or like have like 2 layers of the glowing aura or whatever. So I'll add some, let's flesh out this stuff just so I remember. Synergies. Make synergized fish. Is that a word? I think it is, right? Have a glowing aura. Fish can have multiple synergies at once. Gamers love flashy effects. It's true, it's true. Yeah, we'll have to figure out how it's gonna work with like I might make synergies a ascension upgrade actually, now that I think about it. I feel like it makes sense as an ascension upgrade. Because then it gives you like a really good reason to reset and play through again, because now you get to like do all these fun combos of your fish, you know what I mean? So, yeah. So yeah, I will have to figure out like the ordering process that we'll implement to check for synergies, because it's complicated, right? Because you've got like basically all I'm given is like this, where I have a pool of fish, you know, and I have to figure out which ones do I select for the synergy. Because like, let's say that we have like 2 red guys, whatever, a pink guy and a bunch of yellow guys. And let's say over here we have a synergy for this, a red, a pink, and a yellow, right? That's our synergy. How do I decide which fish actually become a part of that synergy? And also, do I allow multiple synergies in the tank to exist at once? Like, let's say that we have 2 pink guys. Do I then create 2 synergies? Do we have 2 of these over here? You know, there are a lot of questions that arise with this kind of system, because we have to figure out how we assign these fish. And then it's not that complicated doing this step, right? It's pretty straightforward, but the one that's really complicated then is, what if we have multiple kinds of synergies? How do we decide? So let's say we have another synergy that's 3 yellow guys or something. So what yellow guy do I pick? Do I pick one of these guys from another synergy, like as priority? Or do I want to prioritize guys that aren't in synergies already? You know what I mean? It gets really complicated. So, I don't know. Those are the things that I'm gonna have to solve. I could do it that way too. Yeah, where it could be like a tank effect. And that would greatly simplify all of this logic, because it's basically just a super simple check of, do I have these fish? And if so, then add a multiplier to the tank. And I think you still would get some of the complexity out of a system like that, right? Because you'd get like, you know, if you have like these fish in here, they can still like combine with each other. It just wouldn't be like on the individual fish or whatever. So if we had these guys, right? We have a combo for three of them, whatever there. So these 3 guys get into that combo. And then we also have another combo for these guys, right? And so one of these guys, they all fulfill that synergy. So we could make it where like synergies are like, you can only have one of each synergy per tank, so you can't stack the same synergy multiple times. And so it's just a simple calculation of like, if you have the synergies active, then you get the bonus, you know, for the whole tank, for everybody in the tank. So it could kind of make it an interesting placement decision then, because what you could do is like make a bunch of synergies with these low value fish, right? Where it's just like some little random low value guys. And then you like fill it up with a bunch of those low value guys to get some crazy synergy bonuses. And then you plop like one big like mola mola in or something to get the benefit of the synergy bonus. right? Because they'll like multiply together. That could work pretty well, I think. It would be fun, I think. It would really like gamify the process of placing your fish. And I think we need a bit of that. Because right now, placing fish is just a matter of, is fish more valuable than other fish? That's all that matters, right? There's no thought process that goes into it. If we have this whole mechanic, I think it makes it very interesting, in my opinion. So, yeah, I think this will work. Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to implement this. I think it'll be a really fun thing to have. I hope I can get all this stuff done in time. I think I will be able to. We're honestly making extremely fast progress so far with the new content. We've already got large tanks working. We've got shop expansions working. We have lures working. And that's also on top of all the quality of life and bug fixes I've already done. So, like, you know, I think we'll be able to get things in a pretty good spot in time. The things that we still need to address are decorations being kind of not valuable enough. Also doing, like, the new zones and things like that. That's a big thing. So we're gonna have to work on all that. But yeah, I think we're on the right track. Now, one thing with synergies then, I guess I assume if it's gonna be an Ascension upgrade, it's not gonna be something accessible from the beginning of the game. Which I guess is okay. I don't know how I feel about that. Because it is a cool mechanic. This is something that's always really hard about game development, is like, what features do you immediately make available, and then what other features do you hold off for late game, right? And it's like I'm on a tightrope, where I don't want to lean too hard on one side, because if I front load everything, I think the game becomes way too complicated, and then also late game becomes kind of empty in comparison. But if I lean way too heavy on the other side, where all the content is late game, then the beginning of the game is going to feel super boring. You know, and it's going to feel devoid of content. So it's really hard. This is why I always say, like, as time goes on and I make more games, my challenges become less and less about asset creation, right? Like, programming is nothing. And doing the art is nothing. Like, the actual challenges that I have with this game now is stuff like this. Like, making these kinds of decisions. Those are actually hard. Right? It's really tricky. Like, synergy should be, like, mid-game, yeah. I feel like being, like, a relatively cheap Ascension would probably be fine. You know? And I am, like, including a lot of new mechanics early game, so hopefully I think that'll feel fleshed out enough, like with the whole lure system. Like, you're going to be able to unlock lures pretty much right at the beginning. It only costs, like, 100 research to unlock lures. So, I feel like, it's not going to be too bad. It's just a balancing act. And one nice thing, too, about synergies, actually, is that they continue to expand as you travel to new zones, which I find really cool. Because if you think about it, like, you visit a new place, like the ocean or whatever, now you've unlocked all of these synergies with fish from earlier zones. So I think also a side effect of the synergy system is going to be making early fish even more useful. Because now sometimes it's worth it to add in a you know, worthless fish. Because if you add in a goldfish and you're able to get a synergy with something really valuable, like an arapaima, then it's worth it, right? Because that one weight, the multiplier on your big guy is going to give you so much more money than the small guy would take up space for, right? So I don't know, I think there's a lot of interesting decisions that come about. I think one thing that would help players' progression is an end goal. Like ultimately, what is the final destination for a player's efforts? Yeah, I think definitely now with the shop expansion system, that becomes a lot better. I think earlier on when we didn't have the new shop layout, it was kind of like, it's difficult to know exactly what your goals are. You don't like visually see anything that you're aiming to unlock and things like that. But now, from the very moment you load into the game, you see the rest of the shop can be expanded and purchased, right? And so I think that's a really good goal for players, is to feel like constantly whenever you're in the aquarium, you can visually see your next objective, which is expand your aquarium, right? So I think that's really nice. I do think it'll help a lot. I have been also thinking about some kind of like story-related ultimate goal, right? Where it's like once you get like enough money or something, you can like buy something. There was like, I think someone mentioned like medical bills for grandpa or something. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Maybe he has like cancer and you have to like, your ultimate like goal is to make money to pay for his cancer treatments. I don't know. So maybe place the mid progression around unlocking the first expansion. Yeah, would probably be about right. All the expansions get reset when you ascend, so. I know, cancer is not very cozy though, right? That's the problem. Maybe it could be a more wholesome goal. Like, maybe there's a little bit of a sad story about how grandpa worked his whole life and he was saving up for his dream house, you know? But he's like, well, business hasn't been good, so guess I'm not going to be able to do that anymore. And so it kind of gives the player like a redemption arc for grandpa, where you get to save up and buy him his mega mansion. Maybe that would be the play. I don't know. What do you guys think? With the angles, preservation of fish that are going extinct and super hard to catch. Yeah, I do want to get into that a little bit. I think it'd be fun, especially like later on. I'd love to do like fish breeding mechanics or like merging stuff like that. That'd be fun. So maybe that could be something. I just thought of a way to balance fish breeding that would actually make it like totally fair. Like, you just make it cost more than the value of the fish to breed them, and then you don't have to worry about like infinite money mechanisms because it's actually a money sink. I should write that down. Make breeding cost much more than the value of a fish so that it balances out. Yeah, I might look into that system too. Maybe that could be like an add-on for the lab or something, like the fish breeding area. Yeah, I do like the preservation goal. There's some other games that do that, and I think it works well. You know, like, I mean, really, from the pretty much the very beginning, your goal is to collect like one of every fish, right? So it makes sense. I might honestly potentially make the Fishpedia unlocked from the very beginning of the game. Just to kind of give players even more goals, because I don't know if it really needs to be a research. I think now I have enough other researches in place that it becomes kind of less important. But like, Grandpa's a good introduction, but ultimately as a player, I don't have a reason to care about him. Yeah, I mean, it's true, right? I think almost as a developer, I assign more value to Grandpa than normal person would, because he's been in the game for a while now. And so I always see him around, and so I think my brain has developed like a fake connection. But it's not, you know? But like somebody just randomly coming into the game, they're just like, whatever, I don't care about Grandpa. So yeah, but preservation of fish I feel like is cool, or like just like, you know, collecting all of the fish. I mean, this is the thing with the game. I don't know if I'm gonna have like one ultimate final goal of the game. Like, I mean, I probably will just for the storyline, but really I think the idea to any good game, I feel like, has multiple end goals for a player. And then people get to pick the one that they like the most, right? So like in Lured In, you could like, one of your goals could be buying all the upgrades or all the ascension or research. Or it could be like, you know, finding every single fish or traveling to every zone. You know, there's all these like potential objectives that you could do as a player. Yeah. So I think that's always fun. I like games that do that. You know, I want to have multiple things that I can aim for. I think sometimes player autonomy like that is a good thing. So no, Nintendo, no. Yeah, they're gonna sue us now. Great. Thanks so much. I can't wait to get sued. But yeah. Anyways, lots of ideas floating around. I think, yeah, it'd be fun to work on all this stuff. Yeah, I never really, oh god, sorry. I've been having a lot more fun just designing this game than I had with the Starground, because with a single player game, it feels like adding in a new feature is like so much easier and approachable. You know, I don't have to worry about the technical implementations as much, which is always really nice. So, but yeah, I'm excited to keep working on it. We'll see what happens after launch and stuff. I don't really know. So, no idea. I'm just looking around at streaming. What is this crap? Okay, not that person. I need someone to raid. Some Randev is on. Oh yeah. Let's go take a look. Some Randev. Whoa. Doing some modeling. Yeah. We can go head over there. Check him out. Let's go do that. Start the raid. But yeah. We'll see what happens after launch with Lured In. I definitely will do some like, you know, content updates after launch and stuff. It's just a question of like, for how long am I going to be doing that stuff? That's hard to say. I don't know if I'm going to be working on Lured In for, you know, next year or anything. I'll probably be done with it before then. But this is the nice thing, though. The reason I want to make short games is because cycling back to player autonomy, developer autonomy, I can just like not work on it if I don't want to, right? And I think having that ability to just leave it whenever I want is actually going to make me motivated to continue working on it, funny enough. I feel like when I don't have rules, it's easier for me to stay motivated to do something sometimes. So I like limitation for creativity, but in terms of motivation, I think limitation is bad. So not necessarily limitation, but more like, you know, time limitations, time constraints always make me, you know, not want to work on stuff. But anyways, yeah. Thank you everybody for coming in. We got 10 seconds. Feel free to wishlist Lured In. New update will be out very soon. But yeah, I'll be live tomorrow, 3:30 MDT. Bye everybody. Bye-bye.